Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking, and we're doing all sorts of fun hacker-related stuff. So if you're ever wondering what we do over here, we've got a Reddit that we have for everything HackerFrogs related, and we have a schedule of everything that we're going to be doing on the streams over there. So for this week, that's not the link. Just a second. This is the link. I'll leave it in the chat. And what are we doing today? So today is Wednesday. We stream 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And today we're going to be covering 4 topics, as is per usual on this stream. The first topic we're going to do is we're going to be doing the Hack the Web game. This is very easy technology-related challenges over on this website. It's hack.arg.de. It's a German website, but we can switch it over to English when we play the game. So that's going to be the first thing we're going to be doing today. The second thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a little demonstration of a CTF box. So CTF boxes are little cybersecurity education challenges where you have to compromise a server that you deploy yourself. So in this case, we're going to be doing this one from the Dockerlabs platform. It's called Mirame. And I think in Spanish it means something like look or look something. I'm not completely sure. But we're going to be demoing the SQL injection vulnerability that's going to be on that application. We're going to be taking advantage of it using the SQL map program. So it's an automated way of doing the SQL injection attack. So that's going to be the second part of today's stream. In the third part of today's stream, we're going to be doing some web development. So we're going to be writing a little application. It's going to be in PHP, and we've been writing this application for the last 4 weeks or so, for the last month or so. And this time we're going to be following a little tutorial, and we're going to be creating a file upload function on our web application. So that's going to be the third topic in today's stream. And in the fourth topic, we're going to be going over to PicoCTF, and PicoCTF is a great cybersecurity education platform. We're going to be taking a look at new web app challenges over there, and we're going to be doing some stuff that we haven't seen before. We're going to try to solve some of those challenges. Hopefully we don't get stuck too bad. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and start the topics out. So this is topic number 1, and the next one is going to be topic number 2 here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put 1 hour on the clock, and we're going to be doing these challenges for about 60 minutes or so. Amir in YouTube says, you don't remember me? I'm a Turkey name engineer, computer engineer, computer science student. Hello, nice to see you, Amir. I'm sorry, I can't. Sometimes it's hard for me to keep track of everybody that comes in and out of chat, but welcome to the stream, or welcome back to the stream. 1001 Agency. Hello, Croaking Frogs. Nice to see you here, 1001 Agency. Okay, so let's go ahead and play a little bit of music, and then we can get started with our first topic. All right, here we go. We'll start with some smooth cyberpunk related music. Anyways, if you ever find that the music is too loud, let me know, and I'll try to adjust the volume as best I can. Okay, so we're going to be working over here. The website is called hack.arg.de, and the game is called Hack the Web. I5, hello, nice to see you here. And so let me demonstrate what the website looks like when you just log in. Let me log out. So this is the Hack the Web game. It's a collection of really fun technology-related games. They're not especially difficult most of the time, but they're very fun because they get you in the mood for problem solving. So anyways, here you can adjust the language of the website. You've got two options. You've got German and English. We're going to use English, and then we're going to log in. Emir says, thank you, I'll be watching the broadcast while I'm working on the Arduino. Okay, I have a project I need to be taking care of. Have a good broadcast in advance. Thank you very much, Emir, and yeah, hope you come by chat and chat with us some more a little bit later. Okay, so for these challenges, we have a bunch of different little challenges that we can select over here. So the ones that are purple, I guess, purple or blue, these are the ones that we've solved already, and the green ones are the ones that we haven't solved. So we've solved quite a few of these, and I think we're going to be focusing on these ones over here today. So let's zoom in on that. So these ones over here, we got treasure chamber, we got our place, we got bookmarks, we got leet, and we got sum. Okay, so if you're wondering what challenge we're looking at, this is the one we're looking at right now. Okay, so before we solve the challenge, I'm going to start up a little walkthrough because, you know, it's good to document the stuff that you're doing, because if you don't document something, it didn't happen. Okay, so where are we? So this is the Hack the Web challenges over here, and if you're wondering what we're doing right now, we're just going to be documenting the challenges that we're solving today in our GitHub. So what challenge is this? So this is 117. Okay. So we're just going to name this 117. It's called, what is this one called again? Treasure Chamber. Okay, so for each one of these challenges, we want to record a couple of different things. So the first thing we want to record is the URL of the challenge, and what category this would fall under if this was a CTF challenge, and the concept behind the challenge. And lastly, we want to record the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so let's go ahead and move over to the challenge, and then we can start solving it. Alright, so it says, when hacking, you will regularly venture into unknown territory. Surprises could be lurking around every corner. Nothing is predictable or plannable. You advance step by step, trying to learn as much as possible. Are you ready for such an adventure? Enter this cursed treasure chamber and retrieve the memorial plate. Once you escape the chamber, the answer will reveal itself to you. Dangers lurk everywhere. Watch your mental health. Okay, so we got some sort of button, and I guess, this is interesting. Let's zoom in on this. So what's going on in this little game? Okay, so you see two doors. Which one do you choose, the left door or the right door? So if you want to play along with us, why don't you type in left door or right door in the chat right now, and we'll see which one is the most popular, and then we'll choose that door. It's either left door or right door. So I'm inclined to choose left door because I'm a left-handed individual, but let's go ahead and choose, oh, but Emir says right door. Okay. And we'll wait a few seconds to see. Okay, so Abdul also says right door, so let's... I5 says left door, okay, and we'll wait 10 more seconds to see if anybody else wants to chime in. Okay, so it looks like the right doors haven't. Let's go ahead and choose the right door. Okay. An evil ghost is attacking you. Roll a 1 to escape. So it looks like we need to roll, and I wonder how many sides this die has. Oh. Okay, so we didn't roll the 1, so we didn't escape. I guess we're rolling 3 dice, and one of them has to be a 1. I guess we'll continue to roll. You see 2 doors. Which one do you choose? So do we want to go in the right door? Because if if we get the same result again, it's going to be the ghosts on the right door side. So maybe we should try the left door instead. Okay, let's try the left door. Okay, there's still... Is it either one of these doors is going to lead to the ghost? That's kind of unfair. Let's roll again. You lose 1 sanity. Okay, so, I mean, is there a way to cheat this game? Okay, so we'll try the right door again. Evil ghost is attacking you. Roll a 1 to escape. I think we ran out of sanity. You became insane. Nobody ever saw you again. So, I think... we need to cheat the game somehow. Inspect it, yeah. So let's see. This goes to dungeon left and dungeon right. These are 2 of the endpoints that are being referenced here. And let's go ahead. I think we can put this in its own challenge 117 dungeon left. Let's go ahead and copy this. So we're going to copy this link, and we're going to put it in another browser tab. Rigged game, maybe. Maybe it's a rigged game. So this redirects to dungeon. So we can take a look at this. So this is the source code for this page. So it uses corridor. Okay, that's fine. And let's go to the next thing. So continue. So there's a right door and a left door, and you know, the sanity here, this might be recorded in some sort of cookie or something. So we're going to check the cookies in the web developer tools. Okay, so we've got, what is it here? Connect SID and then language preferences. We don't see anything for the sanity over here, so I guess it's not here. That's fine. Okay, so let's try the right door. So there's a ghost. So we need to... Let's take a look at the... So challenge ghost. This goes to roll. So let's go ahead and... let's manually move over to this endpoint here. Actually, we don't need to do that yet. Okay, so we'll go to the roll. Okay, let's... So the source is rollthedie.js. So if 1... Okay, so values 3, 4, 3 and 4. Can we adjust this? We might be able to change the elements on this board. So we would go to something like inspect, copy the script. Okay, so we got success over here. We got Dicebox. Okay, so we got This is 3 on the dice. So 3 on the dice, 4 on the dice. Can we adjust this? The mouse pointer, right? So this over here. Hold on. So can we inspect this? Okay, dice face, great. Where's the result? So this doesn't have anything to do with it. Hold on, can we go back? No, we can't go back. Okay. Roll a 1 to escape. There's the roll over here. Why do we only get to roll 1 die? That's weird. Hold on. Okay, so can we... So this is just the image. The image of the die doesn't really matter in this case, but we want to see... Okay, number of dice, values 5. Okay, so can we modify this? Number of dice, 1. We can make the value 1, right? And can we reload this page? I think reloading the page doesn't work in this case. It'll just reset everything. Oh. Wait, can we just keep on reloading until it results in not a 1? Does it result in 5 every time? Let's see if we can... Let's see, inspect... Where's the script? Here it is. So there's a roll a dice script that's being referenced here. I'd like to see the script as well. I think I'll... Can I copy this? I can copy this. Maybe we can take a look at it in another tab. Change the image positions with those lines. Okay, so this is... hack.arg.de, and I think this is the file right here. Okay, so this is the die rolling script. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Wow, this is way more than I expected it to be. All right. Yeah, so anyways, well, we know the script is here. So number of dice 1, value 5, callback values 1. If it's 1, then succeed. So can we go to the console and adjust it here? I'm not completely familiar with JavaScript. So can we go here and... So maybe we can do number of dice 5? But how do we execute the stuff in this block then? Okay, let's... It says the ghost is messing with your head. Can we... This frame... Reload frame. Nope. Can we reload the frame? It keeps on giving us a 5. Okay. So I'm not too sure how we would replay this after adjusting the content of the script. If anybody knows out there, let us know. Because every time we reload this, it always has a... Okay, I became insane. So I want to take a look at this in another window. So I'll just copy the link and I'll put it in another window. Okay, dark corridor. There's a ghost. Right door. Oh, why does this keep on repeating? Right door. I guess it's random. I'm guessing that each time we go into this script over here, the one with the ghosts is random. So it could be the debugger tab to give you something to see through. Okay, so the debugger... That's going to be in the web developer tools. So the debugger is here. Okay, we'll reload this page. Let's make this a little smaller. Okay, so we got the debugger here. We got our sources. Nothing is here. The console is here, the layout is here. So this goes to dungeon role. Okay, well, I mean, we escaped. I guess it's kind of random, but So dungeon roll-a-die.js, okay, we use that. And the dungeon page is here. Roll a die. Anyways, you escape, continue. You find the plate in a chamber, take it and go back. Well, I mean, I guess we've finished it. Let's click on this. Wait, did we finish this? The evil ghost sees the plate, everything goes black, you died. Okay, so what happened here? So that's dungeon reset, but what script is being used here? Okay, let's go back to the tools. Page has no sources. Okay, so we reload this page. the inspector for this. Brian's, ho, Railha, hello, nice to see you here, and Brian's, nice to see you here as well. We're just playing a little game over here. This, if you want to take a look at the same challenge we're looking at, this is it. You'll need to be logged in to play the game, I think. But yeah, this is just a little web application that where we have to solve some sort of challenge. So the evil ghost sees the plate, everything goes black, you died. Well, that's, So ghost, so this only has something that goes over to dungeon reset. Interesting. Anyways, let's reset the game. Restart. Okay, start adventure. We need to make it to dark corridor, okay? And what determines whether or not we encounter a ghost? Because every once in a while we'll click on one of these doors and we'll encounter a ghost. Let's see, dungeon right, dungeon left. I think so debugger over here. Let's make this a little smaller. Let's make the web page a little smaller. Okay, so we click on right door. We don't see any sources. We continue. Right door, left door. What if you inspect the two buttons? Okay, yeah. Let's try doing that. So this is a button that leads to dungeon right. So this, and aside from that, there's nothing really. I don't think there's anything else here. So choice.jpg, great. I think it looks kind of random. But okay, let's go ahead. Let's go to the debugger. Let's click on right door. Continue. Okay, there's a dark corridor. This goes to continue. And then right door. Their evil ghost is attacking us, great. Okay, so we managed to escape this time. Railhouse says, I asked you last time about this thing, and I'm starting in cybersecurity world, and I can tell you that I'm starting IT Academy in November and going for a network administration course. Railhouse, hey, that's great. I hope you learn a lot in your network administration course. Okay, we got an ad running on Twitch, so we'll run one on YouTube, and we'll also put on some birds. How about we put on this bird over here? Okay, so this is this is some old footage right here, but this is from the winter. And let's take a look at the lovely bird. Where's that bird? Where is that bird? Here we go. Okay, so this is one of my favorite birds. It's the varied thrush. It's a very colorful little bird. But anyways, I'm going to take a little water break. Enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away. Get back to the hacking. Okay, so we escaped, but we saw that we referenced the dungeon page, and the roll-a-die.js. So can we modify this? So roll-a-die.js, can we do something about this? I'm not too sure if we can actually modify this this script or not. But anyways, we continue, okay. Then we go back to right door. Okay, there's a corridor. Okay, we find the plate in the chamber, take it and go back. So this takes us to dungeon/return. So can we put it in new tab? Okay, so dungeon/return. Let's put up our web developer tools again. So what do these lead to? So dungeon right, dungeon left. Let's do dungeon right. So the evil ghost sees a plate, everything goes black, you died. So there's nothing to indicate when this is going to happen. But can we go back to here? Okay, so we can go back to here where we get the plate. So we can just kind of cheat it like this. Okay, we go left door. Okay, dark corridor. Let's do left door again. Evil ghost sees the plate. You died. Okay, but we can go back. So I guess it's kind of random in this case. Okay, right door. Okay, the evil ghost sees the plate again. So we can try basically an unlimited amount of times. We just need to get lucky, because it seems like it's random each time. Okay, and nope, we died again. Okay, let's try again. There has to be some way to make it easier for us. So left door, right door, left door, left door, right door. Okay, so I think the route back might be set. So we go left door, right door, left door, left door, and then left door one more time. Okay, you escaped. The answer is Draki. Draki, dragon or something? I'm not too sure what we could have done to cheat or to hack the challenge. But maybe we can take a look at some hints now that we've solved the challenge. So this is here. So the treasure chamber. Okay, so this is it. Okay, so this is correct. So the question is why? Why is this one correct? We need to figure out what exactly we could have done to better understand what was going on in the challenge. So over here, we're doing a little write-up. So the concept was category. I mean, this is definitely a web challenge. So this is definitely a web app challenge. And the concept was solve a web-based game that has chance elements. Okay, so as far as how exactly you would do it, let's take a look at some of the hints for the challenge. Where are we? Here. Okay, so treasure chamber. Let's take a look at some of the hints. Okay, so the hints are all in German. I guess we can translate these. Just highlight all this and translate section to English. Okay, so translate the full page. So is there a principle to be followed, or is it simply wild trying? There's a principle that you can use to solve the task every time. So how do I know which door I have to go? You have to guess when you go away, but you can be clever on the way back. So how can you be clever on the way back? The ghosts are always in the same corridor. So we figured this one out. There's a set path for the ghosts in the second part of the game, but in the first part of the game, not exactly sure. There's a principle that you can use to solve the task every time. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. We'll leave our write-up a little bit vague, I guess. So on the way to the plate that we need to finish the game, the doors with the ghosts enemies seem to be random. Let's see. Reading the HTML CSS of each page. The CSS? I mean, is the CSS different for each one of these? Let me try going back. Okay, so the adventure is over here. So if anybody wants to try this yourself, you can do it. You can access it from over here. So Ace says, let's see, M. Risky Riyadh, if I send my website link, is it possible for you to hack it? I mean, it's impossible for you to prove to me that you own the website. And even if I could hack the website, yeah, I can't do anything like that, unfortunately, because when people hack legally, they have to drop contracts, and I can't drop a contract with you. Because otherwise I could be committing a crime, and I don't want to do that on stream, because if I commit crimes on stream, then my channel, you know, gets banned. So I can't help you there. Mohammed, nice to see you here. Okay, you see two doors, which one do you choose? So, left door, right door. Ace suggested that we take a look at the HTML CSS of each page. So this page here, where's the CSS? So dark min CSS, these might all be using the same CSS page. If that's the case, then it's not really going to help us. Okay, but let's take a look. I get the feeling that these are all the same CSS page, unfortunately. It's okay, we'll move on to the next challenge. We'll come back to this later, and maybe we can get some better insight to it. Okay, so here, once we get the plate, we can new tab to continue from that page, which means brackets. Hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a hack the planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Let's see. M. Risky Riyadh says, I'm scared that when my website is live and being used by customers, it could be hackable. Well, I mean, it feels like you should be paying for some legitimate security testing, and you shouldn't use people who live stream as free security testing. That's not very ethical. So what I would suggest is you find a security testing company and you ask them to test your website before it goes live. Okay, so let's see. Which means that we can map out the path to the exit. Okay, and what else? So the path out seems to be left, right, left, 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 left. that might or might not be correct. Anyways, we'll save that out. We'll move on to the next challenge. Okay, so what's the next challenge going to be? So the next challenge is going to be... Well, let's move up. CSS is for styling, not scripting and executing serious commands. Well, I mean, sometimes people leave little comments in the CSS. That's possible, but it's not really something you would see in a real-life scenario. Okay, so we solved the treasure chamber. Let's go to the R place. So the R place seems to be something to do with Reddit, but we'll figure it out when we do the challenge. Oh, wow. Okay. So to anybody who wants to try this out yourself, this is the link. Okay, so Risky Riyadh, no problem. It's just that I can't be doing any random hacking against people's websites while I'm live streaming, because that's not very safe. Okay, so let's go back and let's do a write-up for the next level. So this one is our place. This is challenge number 115. Okay, so the first thing we need to record is the URL of the challenge. It is this, the category, the concept, and the method of solving the challenge. All right, let's take a look at what is going on in the challenge. So let's see. In 2023, many people came together to draw a picture pixel by pixel out of the chaos. People organized themselves in some artworks, and a few insults emerged. Okay. So to navigate, the pixels naturally need coordinates. There is an official coordinate system with its origin at the center of the canvas. The positive x-axis running to the right and the positive y-axis running downwards. So in the area, this one, given in the official coordinates, a fan community has immortalized itself. The name of the computer game series is your answer. Okay, so how do we navigate these pixels? So this is the final graphic that was created. So we just need to figure out where the center of this thing is. Brian says ChatGPT. I mean, I don't think we can use ChatGPT. We need to use some sort of tool to inspect this picture. So maybe we can search for something r/place editor. Okay, so you can. So the canvas, great. So r/place. Editing the new place, free online pixel drawing tool. So pixel art, I guess we can try using this. 1100C says, maybe the JavaScript is where the buttons could indicate what is behind each door button. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the... Okay, so welcome to the pixel art drawing application. Check next for helpful tips. Next. Use file to create a new custom canvas size. Open and save a pixel file. Okay. Use the tabs to switch between layers, global options, or current tool options. Settings are found here. You can download your drawing at any size here. Okay, and I think all we need to do is we need to import a file. So we're gonna resize it. I guess we need to download the image first. So this is it. Let's download the image. So copy image link. We'll download the thing over here. So let's move into the temp directory first. We're going to download that file. And then we need to figure out how many pixels by how many pixels this is. So we can use EXIF tool to take a look at some of the metadata. So image height 3000 by 2000. Okay, so we'll make, inside of the web application here, resize the canvas to 3000 and 2000. Oh, hold on. It didn't, the canvas size didn't change. Hold on. This web application is kind of it's kind of laggy. We want to resize this canvas. Can we just load in the file? Open photo. Okay, let's try from the temp directory. Could you drop the coordinates and the image source URL, please? Yeah, I mean, I can give you the web page. Okay, so this works. This works. So the 1001 you see. Let me get you the page. There you go. Okay. So we're looking at so 1286 225. Let's zoom in. This is a really heavy application. Maybe we can do this in another software. Okay, so let's try XDG Open. And what was it called again? This one. The problem here is that we don't know how to count the pixels from here. Oh, there is GIMP. Well, I mean, I don't know if GIMP will present the... I'm pretty sure there is GIMP pre-installed in Kali Linux. Oh, it's not pre-installed. We have to install it. I mean, GIMP is kind of a large program, too. I wonder if there's some sort of... maybe there's another web app that we can use. Pixel art... What is taking up all my resources? CPU usage 100%. Is it this? Let's close this. Because otherwise something is eating up all my resources on my Kali machine. Yeah, I think that was it. Okay, pixel art editor. The web application. Okay, so free online sprite editor. Yeah. Let's see if this is better. No idea. This might also be a really heavy application, not sure. Okay, so let's go ahead. We'll load in the, how do we load in a file? So we can save, we can resize, preferences, export, import. Okay, so we'll import the file. Try to free the RAM first. I mean, it looks like all of these programs are kind of heavy. So let's see, import as a single image, resize to 3000, 2000, import as a sprite sheet. I guess single image will be okay. This will replace your current animation. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so if we... Where's the selection tool? So there's... What does this one do? Is this all zoomed out? No, this isn't zoomed out. It is really heavy though. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so we can, this actually maps out the sprites. That's great. Actually, does it go into the negatives? Let's see if it uses the same system. If it doesn't use the same system, we can adjust. That's fine. Okay. So we just need to figure out... So it looks like it starts from 0. So it looks like the upper... The upper corner here is the... okay. And then down... Are you just going to watch that window? We're trying to figure out how the coordinates are mapped here for the pixels, because we're trying to figure out what is going on here. So this is... So left to right, this is the first number for the pixels. And then up and down. So I guess up is no. So down at the bottom corner here, this should be the 0, 0. Okay, so if we go down to the bottom here, oh, okay, so the top left should be 0, 0. Okay, Yeah, so the top left is 0, 0. We just need to figure out how to translate those coordinates from the challenge here. So the challenge here says there's an official coordinate system with the origin at the center of the canvas, the positive x-axis running to the right, and the positive y-axis running downwards. So in the area from 1286 to 1286 x-axis and 245 y-axis. So we need to double these numbers because we're starting from 0 instead of negative. Yeah, I think that's how it goes. Okay, so what do we do from here? So this needs to be doubled. This needs to be 24. Oh man, my math is really bad. Let me pull up my calculator. Just a second. Okay, so it's 1286 times 2. That's 2572. So 2572 right. Let's find that. Okay, it is really laggy. Okay, so this is, we haven't found it yet. Let's go all the way to the end over here. What do we got? So 2572 should be almost all the way over here. Okay, so that's 26. Where's 25? So 2572 should be somewhere around here. $25.72. It should be right around here. So I'm going to memorize this. I'm going to grab my little pencil tool, and I'm going to start marking with the pencil tool. Okay, so 2572, what was the other coordinate? The other coordinate was... Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we need to run one on YouTube. And we're going to put on some birds, because we're going to take a little break. How about these birds over here? Okay, so enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to take a little water break and wait for the ads to finish. So does anybody know about the r/place Reddit event? If anybody took place, if anybody took part in the event, let us know. I don't know if we have any Reddit users here or not. Yusuf says, if I was the owner of a website that you were trying to hack, I would give it to you without all that time. You know, I don't hack anybody's website without permission. But yeah, let's not talk too much about illegal hacking over here. Okay, put the birds away. And let's figure out what the other coordinate was supposed to be. So the other coordinate is going to be 20, so that's 550. So where is 550 over here? Here maybe? So it looks like this is the game that we're supposed to be investigating. Let's zoom in a little bit. Where's the zoom button? So does anybody recognize this game? Oh, is this the game? Hold on. Can I... How do we zoom in? There's got to be a zoom function in here somewhere. Sorry, everybody. I haven't used this. I haven't used this software before. Oh, we can just do this. Okay, cool. All right. Where were we? I think we're here. Okay, so what is the name of this game? So I'm guessing it's somewhere around here. I guess I could take a screenshot. We need to find the name of a game that's located in this spot over here. Zoom the browser. Okay, a fan community has immortalized itself. The name of the computer game series is your answer. So it's going to be... Oh, is that Hollow Knight? Yeah, I think it might be Hollow Knight. Over here, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, it's kind of hard for me to tell because it's a bit small, but it does look like Hollow Knight. So maybe that's the answer. Let's try that as the answer. Hollow Knight is wrong. Do I need to... Am I in the wrong place? The name of the computer game series is your answer. So, I mean, this implies that it's a series. Okay, so it ends at 26 something. Let me get the coordinates for that. So 1379 times 2. 2758. So 2758. Let me go there. Man, it's so laggy. Can we make this a little bit faster? So 2758 is supposed to be the other border. Where am I? Here? It looks like Spider-Man. I'm pretty sure it's not Spider-Man. But let's zoom in a little bit. Okay, I mean, if this isn't Hollow Knight, what could it be? I'm not too sure what this is over here. It's not Pokemon. It's got to be something else. You can crop the part you need, and the picture will move and zoom faster. Where's the crop? Well, I mean, the problem with the crop is that after I crop, the pixels aren't going to be... They're not going to be numbered correctly anymore. So 2758. Hold on. I saw a Pokeball near the Hollow Knight. I mean, I guess we could guess Pokemon. It's not Pokemon, okay. So in the area from this number to this number, given in the official coordinates, the fan community has immortalized itself. So let me copy that. So this is the number over here. So both of these numbers need to be doubled. So if we double this number, it is 1286 times 2. So it's 2572. And the other number is 225, so that would be 550. And the other coordinates are 8, 5, 27. And this is 400, 800 minus 8. 800 minus 8 is 772. No. This. Okay, and then we need to pay attention to these numbers. So 2572. It was around here. Try King of Fighters. What do you see from King of Fighters? So 2562. Let's zoom out a bit. The number we're looking for is 2572. So 2572 is here, but the other number is 600 something. All the way up. 550, I think. $550. Is it here? So that looks like Flowey from Undertale. Okay, so I just found a video on the internet that looks like the same style, and it's a series 2. So is it? I mean, is it King of Fighters? I mean, we could... This looks like Flowey from Undertale. Let's try Undertale. Why is this so slow? Okay, that's not the correct answer. Can you send the image link so I can download it in a VM, says Arise Heart. So yeah, I mean, the image link is this one. There it is. Okay, so what were those numbers again? 25, 72. And 550. $550 is up here. Sorry, everybody. This is not this is not the most fun thing to look at. Let's see. 550 is here. And the other coordinate was 2572. I don't see anything. Fishbone, hello. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Okay, let's give Fishbone a fun little video redeem. How about a go to hack?
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Up, you're having a great day, Fishbone. Thank you very much. Okay, so the other coordinate was 2758. So let's see, 27. It's going to be 2758 and 792. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what this game series might be. If anybody recognizes anything, let us know. PickSpy could give you the coordinates on the fly. PickSpy? Is that another web application? Let me check. PickSpy. Image inspection multi-tool. too many of these web apps. Measure, eyedrop, crop, and more. Drag images here to begin. Okay, and what are we looking for? I mean, we don't necessarily have, oh, we have coordinates. Okay, that's good. Can we zoom? We can zoom. And this seems to be a lot easier to use than the other thing that we were dealing with. Just hover. Yeah, okay. But it's kind of hard to read these coordinates here as well. Okay, so what were the coordinates again? There's 257. Oh, it's lagging again. Let's close out this one. This is eating up a lot of resources. Try Kirby. Oh, there's Kirby over here. That's true. Okay, this one too. Let's get rid of it. Place Kirby. Kirby is incorrect. So 225.72. By 550. Okay, so this is the start point. So the start point is here, and it goes until 2758 and 792. $27.58 and 792. I mean, this encompasses a lot. So it's this section right here. You know what? I think there's a map. There should be a map of everything that's on the R place for 2023. So R place 2023 map. So the different communities should have that stuff recorded. It's Winsin. Hello, nice to see you here. What's your setup? What do you mean by setup? So the atlas. Okay, information with each artwork of the canvas provided by the community. This is what we should have been looking at all along. Arise Heart says, install Krita for accuracy shouldn't take too long. I think we can just look it up over here. Okay, so this is... Can we... Wow, this is all sorts of... This is all sorts of funky. And how do we scroll? I think we can, Oh. Okay, so... How do we move around it? Oh, we can move around it like this. Okay, cool. So what is this? So the coordinates, we need to look up the coordinates as well. The coordinates is, let's see, 1430 something. Let's find the coordinates here. Not this. Just plug in these coordinates over here. Can we paste? if we can't paste, we can just plug it in ourselves. No, we can't paste. Okay, so it's 1286. By 225. Okay, so it's going to be down further. I was off. So 1286 by 225. This. Okay, so it's... Oh, this is Toho. So the answer is Toho? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, SDog Alex, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, so Toho is the series, right? It's gotta be. Let's plug it in. Is that how you spell it? Toho is wrong. How do you spell that? Toho? Toho? Am I spelling this incorrectly? Toho. Oh, okay, okay. It's the other way of spelling it. Toho. Toho is correct. Okay, great. All right. Well, this is what we should have been paying attention to. So this website right here. Let's record this really quick, and then we'll move on to the next part of today's stream. Okay, so the category is, I guess we could call this an OSINT kind of challenge. The concept was find specific information about the mural created at the r/place subreddit. Okay, so the method... okay, we're done with this, so we can just close it out. Because it is eating so many resources on my machine. Okay, where were we? So for this challenge, we needed to look up the rplace 2023 archive over at this URL. And the URL is this. And then look up the coordinates provided. And the coordinates provided were this. The answer is Toho. Done. Why is everything so laggy on the system? I updated my Kali Linux pretty recently, but it seems like updating it was the wrong thing to do because now it is not very responsive. Anyways, okay, so let's move on to the next part of today's stream. Heck Shadow, nice to see you here. We're just moving on to the next thing that we're doing today. So the next thing we're going to be doing is at the top of the screen. So at the top of the screen, we're going to be demonstrating the Mirame box from Dockerlabs, and that's going to be SQL injection. We're going to be using SQL map. Updated at your own risk, I should know. Yeah, updating, man, this is not Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to. I might have to revert my Kali machine. But the last time I reverted was it was several months back. So I don't know. Anyways, let's start on this challenge over here. So everybody, this is a where is it? This is a guided walkthrough for the Marame machine over at Dockerlabs.es, and we're going to be showcasing the SQL injection on this web app. So let's go ahead and start the challenge. Oh, it looks like I've got a bunch of man, I'm not doing anything on this machine, but it's already maxed out. The CPU usage is at 100%. This doesn't make any sense. 1100C says that would happen with the weekly updated untested version of Kali. Well, yeah, I mean, I updated the machine because I wanted to install some things, but looks like I might have to revert to a previous snapshot. I'm debating whether or not to do that right now on stream because the machine's not very responsive. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut down the machine and I'm going to restart the machine. Maybe the machine will be a little bit more responsive after I restart it. Just a second, everybody. This shouldn't take too long. But yeah, update your Kali Linux box at your own peril, like what OreoByte said. Okay, let's log back in. All right. Oh, Mirame means look at me. That's interesting. Okay. Let's move into the temp directory and we make a bunch of tabs. It still seems to be kind of resource intensive. It spiked back. I mean, it's kind of low right now. Let's, this is going to be my Docker container tab. This is going to be my Nmap tab. This is going to be my web enumeration tab. This is going to be my SQL map tab. It's going to be my research tab. And finally, this one's going to be my shell access tab. Okay, the last thing we need to do is we need to make everything color-coded and nice and colorful. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so let's talk about it. So the first thing we need to do for any of these Docker containers on Dockerlabs is we need to deploy the machine. So the machine is over here. We downloaded it. It's mirame.zip. What we need to do is we need to unzip this file. So we just need to do this: unzip, and then afterwards, we're going to be able to deploy the Docker container. So the Docker container for Dockerlabs, they all use the auto deploy script. So we just need to make that script executable, and then we need to run the auto deploy script with the mirame.tar argument over here, and then we will have our access. So Rain says, can you make a fake train pass with the flipper 0? Maybe. I'm not completely sure. I'm not much of a hardware person, but you could probably look that kind of stuff up on YouTube or somewhere else. But I'm just doing a little demonstration on how to do some web app hacking right now. Okay, so the machine is up and running. We've got the IP address, so we're just going to copy it. We're going to go over to another tab. We're going to run an nmap port scan. So an nmap port scan is basically going to let us know what ports and services are available on this particular remote server. And it tells us that there are 2 ports open. There's port 22 and there's port 80. Port 22 is associated with remote login over SSH. So the SSH protocol lets us log in remotely. And port 80 is associated with unencrypted web pages, that is HTTP. So we can probably check this page out, and we can do so from our own web browser now that we've got this up and running. So over here, let's go ahead and go to HTTP, this IP address. Okay, so this is a login page over here. So let's see, 1001 agencies, make sure to connect a range extender to it. Daz says hi. Hi Daz, nice to see you here. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Okay, so we have a login page over here. And one of the first things we like to do when we encounter these login pages is we like to test them for security vulnerabilities. So in particular, we could test out the login page to see if it's vulnerable to what is called SQL injection or database injection. So we could test it by just giving a little single quote over here, and then for the password it could be anything. So because we get this message over here, this error message, from the MySQLi SQL database, that there's some sort of error over here in our SQL syntax, this means that it's vulnerable to SQL injection. Yeah, so we're dealing with some Spanish machines. So the machines were built on to be used with the Spanish website. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. So this is the Marame challenge. We're talking about SQL injection in this place. So the web server login page is vulnerable to SQL injection. And to automate the injection process, we can use the SQL map program, but we should probably prepare a file for it first. So whenever we use the SQL map program to automate our SQL injection, it's usually a lot easier to record a request file that the SQL map program can use. And the way we do that normally is we use the Burp Suite program. So Burp Suite is a very popular security testing tool, and it can be used to intercept web requests that go back and forth between the web browser and the web server. So we're just going to start up Burp Suite. It's going to take a second or two. Okay, I think I'm going to change up my music because it's getting a little repetitive. Let's play some StarCraft music. I've been really loving the StarCraft and StarCraft 2 soundtracks. They've got some really nice music. Okay, so what happened here? It's really, really small. Okay, we can resize this. And then we're going to go over to our proxy. We're going to open up our Burp Suite browser. So the Burp Suite browser it's a web browser that's connected to Burp Suite. So that means that everything that goes between this web browser and the web servers are going to be recorded by the Burp Suite software. And this is what we want to do. So I think, let me make this full size this. Okay. I think this is the IP address we're looking at in this case. Okay, so this is the login page. We're going to try logging in again. So for the username, we're not testing for SQL injection with this request. We're just going to do test user and test pass for the username and password. I'm going to try to log in. It's going to tell us that those are not correct credentials. That's fine. Then we're going to go back to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, we can go over to the proxy tool and then the HTTP history tab here. and we can get the web request that was sent between the web browser and the web server. So this is the post request that we tried to use to log in. We're not really interested in the content of what we sent over it, but we want to record this in order to use it with SQL map. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to right click and then we're going to select copy to file. So copy to file is going to create a file with all of the parameters over here. So everything that we use to create this request here, we're going to record it into a file. So copy to file. We're going to call this auth-request.txt. So that's going to copy this over to our temp directory, and it created this file over here, auth-request.txt. If we take a look at the contents of that, we see that we've got all of the information that we need to send this request over to the login page over at auth.php. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to feed it into the SQL map program to automate our SQL injection process. Okay, so let's see. Before we move on, so we created a request file. We can record the login post request in Burp Suite, and then we can save the request file for use with SQL map. So after we've saved the file, SQL map can use the file to enumerate database information from the web app. So we're going to use something that looks a bit like this with SQL map in order to get information from the database. So this is what we're going to do. So it's SQL map, and we're going to give this particular command this particular syntax. So the syntax we're going to run with SQL map, we're going to run it very verbose. We're going to give a request file to the program, which is the one that we created called auth-request.txt. And what we want to do, if there's an SQL injection, is we want to get the database that is being used, or the databases that are being used. Okay, so let's run the command. And we get, so it was able to inject and perform the SQL injection attacks. It was able to determine that the software that was being used is MySQL. And then it was able to find out that there are two databases that are being used. So there's information schema, and then there's users. Let's see, 2001 agencies, could you please implement this in a tutorial video, because it's important that I need to sleep. I only slept 1.5 hours in the last 2 days finishing my 3D work. So 1001 agency, these this walkthrough will be, this demo is going to be recorded on the website. It's probably going to take a few weeks, but it'll eventually be. So Dad says, at the end of the live, can you give me the whole PDF? I mean, I can give you the whole PDF right now, if you want to take a look. Let me go ahead and pull that up. Okay, so Neems asks, what are you doing? So we're just doing a Dockerlabs demonstration over here. Okay, so we can use SQL map to... SQL map can use the file to enumerate database info from the web application. So the first thing we do is we get a list of databases first. So we're able to get the names of the databases, information schema, and users. So the next step after this is to do table enumeration. So we go from the biggest thing, the database, and then we move over to a smaller thing, which is the tables. Next step is to get a list of tables from the specific databases. So if we know there's a user's database, we can try to get the tables from that database, and let's do that right now. Okay, so this command gets all of the tables from the database, the user's database. So when we ran that command, SQL map gave us this information. So inside of the user's database, there's a usuarios. I'm not too sure how to pronounce this word, it's Spanish. But there's this table in here. So after we know the name of the table, we can dump the information from the table. So the last step is to dump the contents of the tables. So we know the database name, it's users. We know the table name, it's usuarios. And then we dump the contents of that table. So let's do that. Okay, so SQL map, this is the auth text file. The database is users. The table is usuarios, and we dump the contents of the table. Okay, so after it did that, it was able to get all of the entries from the particular table, which is the users table. So there's the ID and the password and the username. So we could use these usernames and passwords to log into the application, but more importantly, there's this entry right here. So 1001 Agency says, I check your channel from time to time, so I'm happy to find that there's a video tutorial. Yeah, you can probably expect it in the next two or 3 weeks. Okay, so this so the name of this directory is kind of suspicious if you know Spanish. So if you, the content here is in Spanish, but the great thing about being on the internet is that you can translate stuff on the internet pretty easily. So we're just going to go over to translate.google.com. We're going to paste in. So the name of this is called Naughty Directory. So directorio is the word for directory, and travieso, I guess, is naughty. So this indicates to us that there is a directory called the Naughty Directory on the web application. So if we just go over to the website and then we plug in that Naughty Directory, then we find that there's a single file in here called miramebien.jpg, and I guess this in Spanish it means look at me well, or look at me closely. If we take a look at it, it's just a pair of eyes. But if you're familiar with cybersecurity exercises, these kind of files usually can hide some data. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Okay, so there's a suspicious directory. If we know Spanish, we can see that there's a naughty directory exposed in the users table. And in the naughty directory, there's an image file, and we can inspect it using the StegSeek tool, revealing that there's a zip file embedded into it. So what we're going to do is we're going to be inspecting this file to see if there's any hidden information in here. So we can just go over to and grab the URL for this image, and over here we're just going to download the file. So after we've downloaded the file, we can inspect it. So we're just going to use the StegSeek tool. So StegSeek is a tool that does steganography on images. So images can hide information, and if we use the StegSeek tool, we might be able to find out what kind of information is stored or hidden inside of these files. So Dad says, to be honest, I don't know Spanish, but I speak Portuguese, so it's easier to understand. You know, an interesting thing about Portuguese is that I hear that people who speak Portuguese can understand Spanish, but people who speak Spanish have a hard time understanding Portuguese. And I'm wondering why it's only one-sided, where Portuguese people can understand the Spanish, but the Spanish people have a hard time understanding the Portuguese. Anyways, Gnome Ame says, really insightful session. Awesome to see detailed explanations on hacking techniques, and how we can secure ourselves better. Thank you for spreading knowledge and awareness. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you very much, Gnome Ame. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to run the StegSeek program. on this file over here. If the information is password protected, it'll try to brute force all the passwords on this particular file. So it runs very, very fast. So Incomplete Noob says, I think, is that kind of like how most people that I know can speak English but don't understand English? What do you mean by speak English but don't understand English? Are you trying to say something else? I'm not too sure. Chocolate, of course, it's always chocolate. Anyways, so we managed to figure out that there is a hidden file embedded inside of this image. So it's called occultito.zip. I mean, does that mean hidden or like secret or something? I need to figure this out really quick. Okay, so let's translate the name of the file. Hidden. Occultito means hidden. Okay, that's cool. I was just kidding, saying most people that don't always know what they were saying. Well, I mean, that's tough. That's tough. Okay, so we've got this file over here. It was originally called occultito.zip, but it's called miramebien.jpeg.out. So we're just going to rename the file, and we're going to rename it back into its original file name, which is occultito.zip. So after we do that, we've got this zip file in here. So usually we can just unzip the file, but it's asking us for a password. We don't know what the password is, so we're going to need to crack the password somehow. Let's talk a little bit more about that before we do this. So the zip file has a password, but we can crack the password using the John the Ripper tool. So there's a tool called John the Ripper we can use to crack passwords, and getting the running it on a zip file hash is actually pretty easy. So the first thing we need to do is we need to run a tool called John2zip, or zip2john. It's called zip2john. Zip2john on the zip file over here, and we're going to create a little hash. So the password hash is going to be in zip.hash now. If we take a look at zip.hash, so this is the password hash that we need to crack in order to get access to the file. We know that there's a file inside the zip file called secret.txt, and the next step is to actually crack the hash. So we just run John with a particular word list, and for these word lists, when we try to do password cracking, we use the rocky.txt list, which is a list of 14 million of the most common passwords, and we compare them against all the hashes in the hash file over here, zip.hash. If it's able to find a match, okay, sorry, I cracked this before, so I need to delete the history file. Just a second. Okay, so I think it should be in my home directory in the .don directory here. I need to delete the pot. And we need to run that command again. So we're going to try to crack the password on the zip.hash file. So it was able to do that very quickly, but we see that the result is this. This is the original password right here. It's stupid one. And so this is going to get us access to the occultito.zip file. So we're just going to try unzipping the file again, and we're going to provide the password stupid one. Okay, and as a result, we've got access to this secret.zip file. Sorry, secret.txt file. So if we read it, so this is what looks like a pair of credentials. So the credentials in this case are Carlos. So the user is Carlos, and the password is Carlitos. I'm not completely sure what the difference is between Carlos and Carlitos. The next password is stupid2. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so with this information, we can log into the server. So we're just going to SSH as the Carlos user to this IP address. It's going to ask us for Carlos's password. It is Carlitos. And now we're logged in. So when we break into these servers, we call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we broke into the server. So let's call Scary Hacker Voice in now. Scary Hacker Voice Man in now, and we'll talk about how we broke in.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Mirame Administrator, it seems like you're using insecure web pages that are vulnerable to SQL injection. That is a big mistake. We were able to get all the information from your database using the SQL injection, and we managed to find a suspicious directory that had a zip file hidden inside of a JPEG file. We managed to crack the password for this zip file and get credentials for your system. Maybe you knew about these security vulnerabilities, or maybe decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now? Now, we're in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. So after we've broken into the server, what we want to do is we want to elevate our privileges to the super user's access. So right now we are acting as the Carlos user, and that's not the highest level of user on the system. So the highest level user on a Linux system is the root user. And what we really want to do is we want to elevate our privileges in an act called privilege escalation. So there are a bunch of different ways. There are a bunch of different ways we can try to elevate our privileges. So a very obvious one is to see if we can run any commands as the root user by using this command right here, sudo-l. Unfortunately, our user can't run sudo on this machine. So another thing we can do is we can try to figure out if Daz says Carlitos is a diminutive form of Carlos. Oh, okay. YalanBS says, are you familiar with the engineering role in the SOC? Engineering like a SOC engineer or some other role in cybersecurity? I'm not too familiar with roles inside of security operations centers. I'll try to answer your question as best I can, but you can ask any question you like. Incomplete News says SU any good? Could be in the wheel, right? SU? Well, I mean, SU is just a command that lets you become other users. So sometimes the root password is blank. That's not the case here. So what we're going to do is we're going to look for something called SUID binaries. So SUID binaries are basically binaries that run with elevated privileges, and this is how you do it. So you find inside of the file system files that have the permission -4000, and we've got a list of them over here. So most of these SUID binaries are completely normal and should be run with elevated permissions because that's just the way they work. But occasionally there are some unusual ones. And in this case, the unusual one is, well, you know what? I think what we could do is we could just grab all the SUID binaries in here and we could feed this to an AI. So it's a pretty good use of the AI. Okay, Gameboy says, try Stupid 1 or Chocolate or Stupid 2. Tori says, hi Shy Hat, looking forward to the knowledge you're going to share today. Yeah. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over to our friendly AI. Let's just do, I don't know, for fun, let's do Claude AI. And we'll start a new chat. Let's see, new chat. Oh, it's going a bit slow, huh? Okay. So we're just going to ask the AI, are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? And we can paste in the list and just give it to the AI. It should be able to identify if there are any unusual SUID binaries. So it says definitely unusual, user bin find. This is highly unusual and potentially dangerous. The find command with the SUID permissions can be easily hacked for privilege escalation since it can execute other commands and has extensive file system access capabilities. So Nitsi says, when we use linps, can't we see whether these binaries are hackable or not? Yeah, I mean, linps should be able to identify unusual SUID binaries as well, but what I like to do in these demonstrations is I like to demonstrate how to find them the manual way, because it's, well, it takes too long to run linps and to set it up sometimes. Okay, so if we know that this find binary is unusual with SUID, we can try looking it up with a web app like GTFOBins. So GTFOBins is a very good resource for Linux hacking. So if there are any Linux binaries that we have unusual permissions with, we could see if there are some sort of hacking methods, basically. So we could look this up inside of the search window here, find, and we know we have SUID capabilities, so we're just going to click on that. So it says here that if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop elevated privileges, may be used to abuse and access the file system, escalate or maintain privilege access as a SUID backdoor. So we have a payload that we can run in this case, and it's this one right here. So we'll talk about it before we run it. We'll just go back. We'll paste in the payload here, and basically the find. So the find binary, it locates files that have certain criteria. But the most important thing about the find binary for privilege escalation in this case is that we can run other commands with it, with the exec flag over here. So for example, we could run a shell program, and because the find binary is running as an SUID binary, and the SUID binary is owned by the root user, it runs in the context of the root user. So we're just going to run it with the bash shell, and it will open up a bash shell in the middle of its execution, and it'll give us access as the root user. Okay. Oh wait, we're not supposed to run sudo. Sorry, we're not supposed to run root sudo, we're just supposed to run find. Okay, so when we run the program, Yalan BS says, I've got an ad. No worries, no worries. We'll take a little break, and we'll run an ad on YouTube as well, and then we will put on some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back after our break. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so after we run this particular find command, and the find command is running as root, but we can run the bash command in the middle of execution, we're able to get shell access as the root user. If we ask who am I, it says we're now the root user, which is the highest level of access, and we can do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so let's catch up with chat. So Yalan BS asked initially, let's see. They asked, basically, I got an intern role inside of my school's Security Operations Center as part of the engineering team, and I wanted to know if you were aware which path would align with it on TryHackMe, like SOC Level 2 or Security Engineering. I'm stuck between the two. I mean, Yell and BS. I mean, can you ask? Can you ask the people? Can you ask the people at your school? They could probably answer your question better than I could. But I mean, you're talking about the Security Operations Center, and I think you probably would benefit from something like the let's see, TryHackMe. What is the name of the certification? It's SO. It probably aligns with the SAL 1 certification over here. So let me I'll just grab the link for you over here. I've heard pretty good things about this one. SOC Level 1. I mean, that's my guess. My best guess is that it's going to align with the with something like this. You've already started on the SOC path. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I mean, the best people to ask to answer those questions are the people who are in charge of the internship. And yeah, I mean, it's good to ask all these questions. Okay, so we're now the root user, and which means we've effectively finished the challenge. So all we need to do now is just move into the root directory, and we see here that usually these challenges end after you get the flag. And the flag is basically a file inside of sensitive directories, like the user directories or the root directory. In this case, they don't exist. So instead, we're going to leave a little note for the administrators. How about we give them a little message called graffiti.txt. And hello, Mirame admins. We are the HackerFrogs, and we just hacked you. We got access after using SQL injection to dump your database and cracked the file inside of your hidden directories. Then we abused the SUID find binary and got root access. Better luck next time, and thanks for the access. Signed, the Shy Hat. Okay, awesome. How about we format the whole file system? I mean, listen. My philosophy is that we never destroy anything unless we absolutely have to, because, well, I mean, something that's destroyed can't be used, and even yeah, destroying things has to be the absolute last resort. So we like to be more peaceful than violent over here. Anyways. Alright, so we got root access, so we're effectively finished. So everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for... Hold on, let's reload the page. That was a guided walkthrough for the Mirame challenge over at Dockerlabs.es. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Okay, so let's go ahead and get on with the next part of today's stream. So for the next part of today's stream, we're going to be doing some web development. So web development doesn't seem super obvious because we're hacker people and we're cybersecurity people, but what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to build an application to better understand how to the security of the application. So we're going to be using W3 Schools, and we're going to be following a little tutorial to build a web application that does file upload. So if you're wondering which tutorial we're using, it's this one over here. Okay, so Incomplete Noob says, don't forget to sudo rm rf. Yeah, that's something we don't do, because when you destroy something, you would much rather use something than destroy something, because after you've destroyed something, it can't be used. But anyways, let's get out of here. Okay, so what are we doing? So the first thing we need to do is we need to talk about what we're doing here. And you know what? I'm going to reset the count for the next activity. So this is topic number 3. So topic number 3 is PHP upload page web development. Awesome. I said not to try that, to be clear. I mean, no worries, no worries. We can joke about anything we like. Well, not anything we like, but yeah, a lot of people. I mean, that's a pretty common joke. The common joke is to somebody who's running Linux is to trick them into deleting their file system. Okay, so what are we doing? So we're developing a little application, and let me just get that project over at HackerFrogs. So we're doing some development, and it's basically a little web page that we're creating, well, a little website that we're creating. This is the GitHub for it, if you want to take a look. I don't know if we updated this or not, but yeah, it's let me show you the application. So to start the application on Kali Linux, we need to start up a couple of services. So we use the systemctl to start Apache 2, which is our web server, and then we also need to start up the MySQL service. One Leg Chris has subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, One Leg Chris. And you know what? Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. So we're starting up our web server, we're starting up our database, and then we can access the web page. So all of the web pages are going to be, they're going to be located in the default Linux web directory, which is var www.html. So we got an index.php page here, which is the landing page for our application. So in localhost, should do it over here. So running on localhost at index.php, this is the HackerFrogs app. So we've got a little login page that we created. So test, and this is the test user. And we logged in, we've got a profile page, we've got a home page, we've got the ability to log out. And if you're wondering where we got the tutorial to make these pages, it was over at CodeShack, codeshack.io. Yeah, over here. So if you're interested in doing this yourself, this would be the link right here for the first part. But we're moving on to something new this time. We're going to be uploading, we're going to be creating a little upload page. So with PHP, well, let's see how far we got into. I don't think we got too far into this last time. I wonder if there's a dark mode for this, because I know a lot of people complain about light mode and dark mode. It looks like there is dark mode. Wow, everybody, there's dark mode. That's the first thing you locate. If you want to be a hacker, you need to locate the dark mode button. Okay. So PHP, it's easy to upload files to the server. However, it comes with danger. So always be careful when allowing file uploads. So we've done a lot of hacking in the past against insecure file upload pages. So we just want to understand how these work. Okay, so I think we've done this already. We need to create the HTML form. So create an HTML form that allows users to choose the image that they want to upload. So I think, what are we going to call this web page? So this is the HTML that we're going to be using, but we need to create a web page that's going to host this code. I'm just going to go back. Let's try var www.html, and let's create a file called we're going to call it let's just call it upload form.php. Okay, so this is going to be the upload form. We're going to paste in our code. And what do we have? So the HTML is pretty simple. So we've got a form, and the form is going to do a post request to upload.php. And let's see, encryption type is going to be multi-part form data, and we're going to let them know that they need to select an image to upload. So input type file, file to upload, submit, upload image, name submit. Okay, so we're just going to create this. We're just going to create this page, and then we're going to try to see if we can access it from our website over here. So we're just going to go directly to upload_form.php. Okay, so this is as bare bones as it gets. So select image to upload, browse, no file selected, upload image. This doesn't do anything because there's no code. There's no code on the back of this. So we need to go back to the tutorial. Okay, so let's make this bigger so we can read it better. So some rules to follow for the HTML form above. So make sure that the form uses the method post. Okay. HeckShadow says, I was also making something and I screwed up, gotta go for a short refreshment. HeckShadow, hope everything works out okay. Let's see. Daz says, Nano is a pain to my eyes. So you mean this? Actually, we got out of Nano. But a lot of people, they're very passionate about their text editors. I use Nano because I teach a lot of beginners, and I'm not a coder, so I don't have too much need for advanced features from stuff like Vim and NeoVim. Okay, so make sure that the form uses the method post. The form also needs the following attribute in encryption type multi-port form data. It specifies which content type when submitting the form. Without the requirements above, the file upload will not work. Other things to notice. So the type file attribute on the input tag shows the input field as the file select control with the browse button next to the input control. The form above sends data to the file called upload.php, which we will create next. Okay, we need to create the file upload.php script. Contains the code for uploading a file. So we're just going to grab all this. And we're going to create that page. So okay, HeckShadow says, if it gets the job done, there's no hate for any text editors. I mean, that's upload.php. Oh, we created this already. Did we? Anyways, just for fun, let's just delete everything here. We'll paste in the code we just got. It's probably the same stuff. Okay, so we know this is PHP because it's got the PHP wrappers here. So the beginning wrapper and the end wrapper. So target directory equals uploads. Okay, so we need to make sure that this directory exists on the web application. and I don't know how to pronounce that name, TextReacher. Let me know how to pronounce your name, thank you. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. And let's give you a keyboard cat, the classic meme that doesn't go away. Okay, so target file equals target directory. So the target file, so target directory is uploads. So target file equals target directory, and then we add base name. What is base name? So file to upload in name. So this is a function that modifies the names of the files, I'm guessing. Upload OK equals true. Image file type, string to lower. Target file, path info extension. Path info extension. This is, Text Richard? I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Dad says I use nvim with the Astro, nvim, and other personal configurations. I mean, I get it if you're a coder, if you're a person who does a lot of coding, then you definitely want to use a personalized IDE to code your stuff. But I am very rarely coding stuff, so I just use something that's super simple, like Nano. Okay, so check if the image is an actual image or a fake image. So this is very important. We need to verify that the image that we're uploading is actually a picture file and not some sort of malicious file that can be abused. Okay, so we got a check variable. It's get image size. Oh, get image size. So I guess that's another thing we need to do, is we need to make sure that the image isn't too large either. So file to upload, temp name. If check is false, if check is not false, so echo file is an image. Check mime. So it checks via the mime type of the file, and then it appends a dot. Then it appends a dot. Oh, okay. File is an image, and then append a dot. Okay, upload OK, or else file is not an image, and then upload OK equals false. Gameboy says base name returns just a file name from a full path. Okay, so I mean, is this gonna work if this is all there is in the upload PHP file? Anyways, let's go back. So PHP script explained. So target directory upload specifies the directory where the file is going to be placed. Target file specifies the path of the file to be uploaded. Upload OK equals 1 is not used yet. It'll be used later. Image file type holds the file extension of the file in lowercase. Oh, okay. So it's probably checking that it's a JPEG or a PNG or something else. Just make a folder uploads in the var www. I think we've done that already. You'll need to create a new directory called uploads in the directory where upload.php file resides. The uploaded files will be saved there. So check if the file already exists. Now we can add some restrictions. So first we'll check if the file already exists in the uploads folder. If it does, an error message is displayed, and upload OK is set to 0. So I guess we're going to add this. So where do we add this inside the code? Just a second, everybody. I think we want to add it over here. So this is a check. So when you're doing your coding, you need to make sure that everything is indented correctly. I'm not too sure. So check if the image file is an actual image file. Check if the file already exists. I think this is where you want to put it, but I'm not completely sure. And should it go... It should be right here, right? I need to make sure that the curly braces are on the same in the right place as well. All right, so this is what we have so far. I think there's some other stuff we need to add as well. So limit file size. So the input field of our HTML form is named file to upload. We want to check if the size of the file, if it's larger than 500K, an error message is displayed, and upload OK is set to 0. Okay, so here's another one for check file size. Okay, I think we want to put it right here. Okay, so check if file already exists, check file size. If it's larger than this, then sorry, your file is too large, upload OK equals 0. Okay. Limit file type. The code below allows users to upload JPEG, PNG, and GIF files. All their file types give an error message below before setting file upload OK to 0. Okay, so if image file type is not JPEG, or is not PNG, or is not JPEG, or is not GIF, sorry, only JPEG, PNG, GIF files are allowed. Okay, so this is pretty... I mean, how does it check? How does it check the type? I'm actually kind of curious. File extensions. I mean, it could be file extensions. We've learned quite a few different ways to bypass these kind of filters, but I wonder what is being specified over here. Okay, so the complete one looks like this. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go back. So, it looks like it wants us to put... Okay, so if we allow certain file formats, so here we're checking for JPEG or PNG or JPEG or GIF. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is this. So check if upload is OK and set to 0 by an error. So if upload OK equals false, then sorry, your file was not uploaded. If everything is OK, try to upload the file. So if move uploaded files, then file name has been uploaded, or else sorry, there was an error uploading your file. Okay, so this is the final code block we need to include in the code. Yeah, this. Okay, so let's go back. I think something went wrong. There's some... We need to make sure that all of these match the squiggly brackets. Okay, so squiggly brackets match. Squiggly brackets match. Squiggly brackets match. Squiggly brackets match. And this last piece of code. Check if upload OK is set to 0 by an error. So if upload OK is set to 0, then the file is not uploaded. Otherwise, we're going to try to upload the file. Let's space this out a little more so that we more easily understand what's going on. Okay, I think I think the code should be okay, so we're just going to save this out. And then we're going to go back to our file upload form page over here. Okay, we'll try to upload a file. So browse. We've got something in the desktop directory. This image right here. We're going to upload the image, click on upload image. Afterburn says, which terminal is that? Which terminal is that? I mean, this is... Huh, it didn't give us anything. Didn't we save it? I'm pretty sure we saved it. So target directory uploads. There must be something wrong with the code. Yeah, lots of brackets here. Afterburn, hello, nice. Sorry for. Oh, hey, Monkey Man. Hey, Monkey Man, hello, nice to see you here as well. And what terminal is that? So the terminal we're using, well, I mean, we're using a Linux terminal right now. As far as the name of the terminal program, let me check. So this is called QTerminal. QTerminal version 1.4. Okay, so I think, well, I'm not too sure what the problem is with the code. We're just going to get rid of all the code. We'll just get the one from, we'll get the code from the tutorial page. Where are we? Here? No. Here. Okay, let's copy this all. Okay, and then paste it in, save it out. Okay, then for the complete reference of file system functions, go to our, yeah, okay. Okay, so let's see if we can upload the file now. So back at our page, not this one, this one. We'll go back to our form. So we'll browse, we'll select the file, open, upload image. File is an image PNG. Sorry, there's an error uploading your file. Huh, what happened here? Okay, sorry everybody. We've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're running one on YouTube. And let's put on some birds. How about these fun birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Okay, so if you don't know what these little birds are, these are called stellar jays. And stellar jays are the West Coast version of the blue jay, and they really like eating peanuts. So when they find some peanuts, they'll shake the peanuts around to figure out which nuts are the best nuts, and then they'll fly away and hide the peanuts. So let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. So Dad says I'm hyper-focused with Linux ricing. Linux ricing, I guess, trying to get the most performance out of your Linux system. I mean, everybody's got to have a hobby. I have a very utilitarian view of Linux and, well, most operating systems, because, you know, hackers need to get in and do the hacking thing and then get out. Okay, so the file is an image PNG. Sorry, there's an error uploading your file. I wonder why the error message came up. Let's try doing that again. So we need to make sure that there's an uploads directory. Yeah, so there is an uploads directory. No such file. Oh, sorry. It's a relative path. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, let's go over to. Let's try to upload this thing again. There is an error uploading your file. So, I mean, what's going to cause the error in this case? Let's try uploading another one. In the downloads directory, there's a bunch of PNG files and stuff here. Okay, we got sample.jpg. Open this up. There's an error uploading your file. I wonder what the issue is. Okay, so wait. This is weird. Upload. Oh, it's upload.php. Shouldn't this be... No, I mean it is upload.php. This goes to upload.php. What's wrong with the code in the file? Else echo, sorry there's an error uploading your file. So something... Okay, well, because I don't really know too much PHP, I'll try asking the AI if it can help me answer this question. Alright, so Claude is supposed to be good at coding. We have this code, but it always fails to upload files, even if the files are picture files. Here's the code. What do you think? There are several potential issues that could cause uploads to fail. Common issue, missing uploads directory. The most likely issue is the uploads directory doesn't exist or have proper permissions. Oh, well, I mean, what kind of permissions are you supposed to have? Wait, where did the conversation go? Are you sure a target file is specified in the code? Well, I mean, it's supposed to. Hold on. New chat. Okay. Our PHP upload page doesn't work. This is the code. Okay, missing HTML form. The PHP code accepts a form with specific attributes. Make sure you have an HTML form like this. Oh, well, I mean, we've got a PHP page, but I mean, Could it be that the file extension is the issue? It shouldn't be. Okay, directory permissions. The uploads directory must exist and be writable by the web server. I mean, yeah, we could give the web server pretty loose permissions, like 777. Because the directory right now, oh, there's no write permissions here for public. Okay, so maybe we need to chmod 777 on the uploads directory. We need to run that with sudo because it's owned by root. In before root. In before root. Xmetrics, hello, nice to see you here. Let's see. Hex Shadow says, show the code once. I was clearing my mess up so I didn't see, only listened. Yeah, I mean, we're following a tutorial right now, and the code that we're using as at the very end of this web page. Okay, so we modified the permissions for the uploads directory. Let's see if we can upload now. Where are we? Here? Okay. So we're going to try to upload this file here. Okay, yeah, I guess it was a problem with the permissions on the uploads directory. Because I'm guessing that the web application isn't running as the root user, because that would be very dangerous. But yeah, so the file has been uploaded. So if we go into that directory, it's here. It's owned by, okay. It was the www data user that's running the Apache server. PHP runs as www data usually. Yeah, I mean that's usually how I've seen it. Oh, you know what? You know what we didn't do? We didn't set the time for this activity. Hold on. How much time do we have left? 25 minutes? Silly me. Keep on forgetting to set the time. Okay, so what do we have left to do? So now that we have a file uploads page, we can figure out if we can break it somehow. So we've got the upload.php page over here, and we need to figure out if we can break this somehow. But you know what? Let's ask the AI if it thinks that this is secure or not. So are there any insecurities in the PHP code provided? Okay, so there are several significant security vulnerabilities in the provided PHP code. So it says path traversal attack. Really? While base name provides some protection, attackers can still manipulate file names. Better approach. So base names, file name. Insufficient file validation. Where is it? Wait, why was this conversation deleted? Upload my exploit. I mean, maybe. Tori says, do you have a LinkedIn or X page? I don't give away my LinkedIn. You know what? Why don't you give me a private message on Twitch, and I can give you a LinkedIn my LinkedIn link from there. I don't put it out in public. Linked out? Nope. Doesn't want to give you illegal info. Okay, so is this illegal info? Oh, Claude. God, this is the reason why I use DeepSeek, because Claude is so funny about, like hacking stuff. You know what? DeepSeek will give me the information I need. Okay, so hold on. Let me get my code again. Okay, so are there any security vulnerabilities in my PHP upload page? Bypass the AI. It's the AI that's your site. Okay, file extension bypassed. So the code checks that the file extension, but it can be easily bypassed by uploading a file with a double extension. What, really? Well, I mean, this doesn't work unless you're able to put the JPEG before the PHP. Tell the AI it's your site. Well, I mean, usually. The get image size helps, but it isn't foolproof against specially crafted files. Path traversal. So an attacker could use a file name like ../..malicious.php to upload files outside your intended directory. That's interesting. We could try this. So no file content verification. So the code only checks if the file appears to be an image using get image size, but doesn't verify the actual content matches the extension. So no file name sanitization, no size limitation on non-image files. So the size check only happens after image verification, leaving a gap for non-image files. Information disclosure. The error messages reveal too much information about why the uploads failed. Okay. So Xmetric says, like I said, .././exploit. HexShadow says, it's only checking extension so you can upload a symlink with the same not malicious.jpg which points it to etc password? Maybe. But I mean, we could do some experimentation, and it's especially legal because it's our own website. Okay, so if we were to create something like, I don't know, let's try making, okay, echo out insecure file upload, and we're gonna pipe that out to output that to, I don't know, test.txt. So if we can upload this test.txt, or I guess we could also make a version of this called test.txt.jpg. So this is just a proof of concept to see if we can upload non-image files. Stasix says, how goes? Hello, nice to see you here, Stasix. We're just trying to do a little experimentation with the web app that we're writing. So let's just try uploading this test.txt. So test.txt isn't going to work. Yeah, so only JPEG, GIF files are allowed. That's fine. Let's try feeding this into Burp Suite. Okay, so Burp Suite browser. Okay, and then we'll try uploading the test.txt. Actually, we'll try uploading the test.txt.jpg. This might bypass the filter. File is not an image. Okay, so it's actually checking. Okay, so we'll try uploading test.txt as well. File is not an image. Okay. Xmetric says AirPods Max headphones. What? I don't use Apple products, so tell me about the AirPods Max headphones. Okay, so we got our requests, our post requests in Burp Suite here. Oh, somebody gifted you them. Okay. Okay, so here we tried uploading test.txt.jpg. So we can put this in the repeater. and we can see if we can somehow get the... So file is not an image. Sorry, your file was not uploaded. Okay, so what can we do here? Thank you very much, Torisek. You're now HackerFrog. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Xmetric says re-gifting time. Well, I mean, the thing is that the person who receives the gift, they're gonna also try it out, and if it doesn't work, they might have a... No, they might blame you. I don't know. Let's see, Magic Bytes? Maybe. We could try Magic Bytes. We could try a few different methods. And let's see. So Stasik says, what are you trying to accomplish? We're just trying to... we created a file upload page. We created our own upload page. We're trying to figure out if we can break it somehow. Okay, so insecure file upload. We need to... Maybe we can give the Magic Bytes... Tori says, let me switch to Twitch. For some reason, it's faster than the YouTube stream. I mean, it shouldn't be. The two streams should be pretty similar in their speed. Okay, so content disposition, form data, submit, upload image, file name, test.txt.jpg. This should be all okay. Let me see if we can get the Magic Bytes for the JPEG files, because it might be filtering on that. Let's see. JPEG file, Magic Bytes. So list of file signatures. So each, sometimes systems will check what kind of file is being sent by the first few bytes inside of a file. And we're looking for JPEG files. I think we're looking for something like this. Okay, so this these bytes right here, we want to prepend them to the test file that we're using. Xmetric says, if you can craft PHP code that executes, you've already basically got shell. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure PHP code isn't going to execute on JPEG files. If it did, that would be a really big problem. Okay, so we got some... I've done this before. I'm just going to ask the AI real quick. How do we prepend specific hex bytes to the beginning of a file in Linux? Xmetric says you're uploading the upload script, right? Or is it an attempt to abuse the typical low IQ file upload script? We're trying to abuse the script that's provided by the tutorial over here, and the tutorial is this one over here. So you can take a look at the code yourself on that page. Okay, using printf and cat, if you want to prepend raw bytes, you can do this. So printf cat original file. This is actually a pretty fun method. Okay, so original file, new file. So the new file is going to be test.txt.jpg, and the original file is... Well, I wonder if this can be named the same thing. Let's rename the file just in case. Okay, so what are the bytes again? So the magic bytes we need to use are these ones. Okay, so those are going to be FF, D8, FF, E0, 10 4A 46. Thank you very much, Zach, for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, Zach. And you know what? Let's give you a fun... Oh, did I forget a 00? Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream. Four 9 4 6 0 0 0 1. Okay, I think let me double check this. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Oh, did I forget one? Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right, Game Boy, thank you. Okay, so after E0 there's going to be a hex 00. Okay, so let's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Okay, so this should be okay. We could also do XXD and then head. I mean, I've never done that one before either. Okay, so let's see if this works. And then we would do XXD on test mod. So we got what? FF, DFF, E0, 00, 10, 4A, 46, 49, 46, 0001. Okay, so this does have the magic bytes. So we'll try uploading this now. Let's go back. So Burp Suite browser, choose mod 2. It still doesn't think it's an image. Okay. So I guess, is it because of the double-barreled file extension? What if we just call it .jpeg? Wait, no. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. We should be looking at this one. So try polyglot images. Lets you view the raw file. Image file type equals string to lower. It's doing lowercase file extension matching. Okay, so I mean, file extension matching. If we send .jpeg, just .jpeg, will it recognize this as a JPEG? It still thinks it's not an image, so, So try polyglot images. So polyglot images, Hex Shadow, can you give me an example of what the payload would look like if we're creating a polyglot image? Okay, so the other thing that that Xmetric was suggesting was creating a malicious JPEG file. So I mean, let me try taking a look at what's inside of the uploads directory. We've got one test file in there already. Yeah. The thing is that this does render image files correctly. Okay, so polyglot images. I've never seen this GitHub repository before, but I'll take a look. Okay, so I think we'll switch up the music. We've been listening to a lot of StarCraft. How about some Faster Than Light instead? Okay, so this looks like some fun. So funky file formats. You tried crafting the magic bytes. I mean, yeah, we tried crafting the magic bytes, but unfortunately, magic bytes are not all that it's checking for. Okay, so hold on. So according to the PHP code on the uploads page, what criteria is the app checking for to make sure only picture files are uploaded? So easier way is cat realimage.jpg payload.php payload.php exploit.jpg, and this would get image size a valid response. Get image size is being used. Okay, so let me just take a look at what the AI is saying. So get image size, check primary image validation. Okay, so reads the file's magic numbers to verify that it's a valid image. Returns image details if valid. Returns image details with height MIME type if valid. Returns false if not. Limitation can be fooled by crafted files. So a PHP file with the valid image header only checks that the image looks like an image, not if it's safe. Okay, then the file extension check, the allow list, converts extensions to lowercase to avoid case sensitivity bypass. Okay, so extension. So JPEG.php file could slip through. Relies on client-provided file names, which can be spoofed. Hold on. Okay, let's check. So if we were to send, we sent like a legitimate upload as well. So let's see, our legitimate file is here. Actually, let's copy that over to our current directory. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube, and we will also put on the birds. Okay, so we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just have to take a little water break. Thank you very much for following Silent Evie. Thank you very much. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, let's catch up with chat. Xmetric says easier ways to cat real image payload.php into x.jpg, okay? And polyglot images are images and something else at the same time. Let's see. To detect image, image, So get image size has to include the dimensions. So we need to include more information in order to fool that particular filter. Hexshadow also says try something like image.php and then nullbyte JPEG. I mean, nullbyte is something that works with older versions of PHP. I'm not too sure if it works for this version of PHP because it's pretty up to date as far as I know. Okay, so what are we doing here? I think we wanted to copy over the image from the other directory. So copy desktop. Okay, so we got it here, and let's rename this thing. So ff, we're going to call it .txt, or I don't know, .php, just for fun. Okay, and then let's see if we can upload it legitimately, if it's the same file, but it's got the PHP extension. This one. Okay, so it is checking. I think it might be checking to see if .png is at the end of the file of the file name, but I could be wrong. Let's try renaming that thing again. So we're going to put the PHP here and the PNG here. Okay, and then we'll try uploading it again. Okay, so it will accept it as long as the end of the file has a legitimate extension. So it's checking to see if the extension at the end has the legitimate extension name or not. Okay, so that means thank you very much for redeeming the Budweiser Frogs, GX0000. You know, are you going to be at the meetup tomorrow? So I live around Vancouver. If you live around Vancouver, Canada, you can meet me. I'm a famous streamer person, and I'm going to be at the cybersecurity meetup for DC 604. And I plan to. Yeah. Okay. So if you, yeah. So this is what I want to say. If you've got local meetups for cybersecurity in your town, please go to them and please become a good member. DC 604. DC 604. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I'm not too sure whether or not we're going to be able to get malicious file upload on this application or not, but we're kind of out of time. So we might come back to this. We'll come back to this next week, and we'll try adding some more features to our web application. And in the meantime, we're going to be starting into some new web app challenges over at, what is it called? It's called PicoCTF. They're saying boot error. Boot error? Oh, no, they were saying Budweiser. Budweiser. I can play it again. Hold on. Actually, I don't know if I can play it right now. Oh, hey Sade. Hey Sade is just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much for the subscription. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so there you go. All right, so This is the PicoCTF platform, and the PicoCTF platform is a very good and free platform for learning about cybersecurity topics. They've got a bunch of CTF exercises which are basically cybersecurity education exercises, and today we're going to be taking a look at the ones in the web app hacking category. So we've done a lot of these challenges, but there are maybe, I don't know, 24 or so challenges that we haven't done. So we're going to be tackling some of the ones that we haven't done so far. Some of these challenges do not have very many solves at all, so I'm actually kind of worried about that. If you're wondering what we're looking at this. Okay, so before we start, I'm gonna put an hour on the clock. We're probably gonna go on for a couple hours to do this last portion of the stream, but we're just going to keep track of time with our little timer over here. And let's get rid of this. Let's put this on. Okay. All right. So NoSQL injection. So this is actually something I don't know very much about. So NoSQL is a type of database. It's a non-relational database. Neem says, how do I pull up the terminal in Hack the Box? It's my first time. Hack the Box terminal. So are you using regular Hack the Box or are you using Hack the Box Academy? Let me know which one are you using, Neems. Thank you. Okay, so NoSQL injection. Yeah, so this is, we'll try this first. I'm gonna do a lot of research when I'm doing this because I don't remember doing very much with NoSQL injection. Okay, can you try to get access to the website to get the flag? You can download the source here. Oh, there's source? Okay. So we got source code. So let's copy that over to our current directory. What is it called? app.tar.gz. Okay. Okay, then we can... What kind of file is that? So gzip uncompressed data, gzip compressed data. So gunzip. Neem says, I don't know which one it is. I know I'm at the starting point. Oh, starting point. Yeah. So if you want to use the well, let me pull this up. We got a little bit of time. Where are we? Hack the box. Okay, so let's see. Where is the regular Hack the Box? So Hack the Box labs are here. And you said you were at the starting point? Wow, sometimes Hack the Box is sometimes it's pretty slow. Okay, so let's see. Starting box is here. So Neem says, for solving meow, are you using the attack box? I think... So Neems, you're better off not using the web VM, but using your own VM when you're doing the starting point boxes. But let's see if I can demonstrate how to use the web VM. Man, why is this so heavy? Okay, so while we're waiting for this to load, maybe we can take a look at the take a look at the source code for this application. Okay, so app.tar, there's still a tar file here. Tar. Okay, so admin index package.json server.js. Okay, so let's take a look at this application. Why is this taking so long to load? Okay, we can launch an instance. We can take a look at the application. Heavy, I think VPN. I mean, I'm not too sure if it's a VPN making it heavy, but let's see. The website is running here. Can you log in? Okay, so log in. I mean, this is not SQL, so this kind of payload shouldn't work. Invalid credentials. Okay. So we're looking at hack the box starting point. Okay, archetype very easy. Oh, this is, yeah, you were looking at the meow box, right? So that's a tier 0 machine. Okay, so I mean, it says here that you can connect using Pwnbox, which is recommended. At free 2 hours of Pwnbox, pre-configured. Can we just click on this? I mean, I would. So we just click on the darn thing. It says connect to Pwnbox, start Pwnbox. So I mean, I'm guessing you would just click on this, and then it would start up the Pwnbox. But Neems, do you see the same stuff that I'm seeing, or do you see something different? Who am I says heavy. I think VPN. Yeah, sometimes hack the box is kind of unresponsive. Larvine, by the way, says hello. Hello, Larvine, by the way. Nice to see you here. We're just doing some web app challenges. So we got. I mean, is this index.html? No, this is not index.html, so this has to be admin. So this is not admin. What are the names? Admin.html, index.html, server.js. Huh. I mean, according to the source files, this should be correct. Just a second. So the landing page, index.html. No. I mean, this isn't a PHP page. So what is the name of this resource? I guess we could take a look at the debugger and it would probably tell us. So we go over to the networker, the network tab, and then reload. It doesn't tell us what the name of the file is. It is, but it's using server. Its server is using server.js, and any request is being handled by that JS. Oh, I mean, I don't think I've encountered a web app like that before. Well, I probably have, but I haven't identified it. But Neems, yeah. So what you need to do is, so after the after this starts up, you can click on Open Desktop. And then it'll give you a full view of the desktop. So whatever desktop is here, it should be connected to the meow box. Let's see, where is it? It should be connected to the meow box. You just need to start up the meow box, and it'll tell you the IP address. You can see the source control U. I mean, let's do that. Not here, but here. So I can probably figure out which page is being loaded in here, because it'll have the word password and email in it somewhere. So we can grep for it. Grep e password. greppy password. This is a directory. Okay, we make it recursive. Okay, so this is index.html. Yeah, no worries. It's pretty common on Node applications. Oh. Okay, so what's this? Is the flag in server.js? Is that it? Hold on. Let's read it. Okay, so the actual flag might be in here. So first name Pico, player, yeah, and then password crypto random bytes. Okay, so that's index.html. So this is what... okay. So the landing page is actually index.html. Okay. Name suggests somewhere user input is not being sanitized. So serve the admin page. So /admin/login. So login, email, password. Email.starts with and email ends with. Oh, is the email actually the username in this case? Zohaib, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so thank you very much for following on Twitch. 2FA, 2FH20, 2FH20, is that what it's supposed to be? Thank you very much for following. Let's give you a fun redeem. How about a desert frog? Okay, so there's actually not very much. There are not too many files that are being handled by the application. So if we were to there's only these. So I'm guessing that whatever is going to be vulnerable in this code is going to be in the server.js file. Because admin.html, well, I mean, there probably isn't any insecure code in there, but I guess I can take a look at it just for fun. Zohaib says, it's been a long time since I watched your last stream. Oh, I mean, people get busy, not a problem. But I appreciate you being here. Okay, so... What? What are these? ID1 encryption. Encryption is the process of ID2 firewall, ID3 phishing. What does this look like when we actually go over to that page? So how about the admin page? So the admin page, this isn't a login page. Cybersecurity concepts, encryption, firewall, phishing. So this is actually getting from somewhere. I mean, this is an HTML page, so it actually just tells us what is going on. So this is JavaScript. It's JavaScript inside of the HTML file. Can we inject into here? So this is the script. Let's grab the script. Okay. So I don't JavaScript very well. We'll just try asking. We can try asking the AI, but before we ask the AI, we can get maybe a hint or two from the challenge over here. Can you log in? So I guess the goal is to log into the application. So not only SQL injections exist, but also non-SQL injections exist. Okay. So server.js. So server.js, we've got it over here. No, this is not server.js. Let's get rid of this. Server.js is this. And you know what? I can probably throw server.js into a file on the internet so that everybody can take a look. Just a second. Okay, time to paste bin. And do we save? Create new paste. Checking if I'm human. Why would you do that? Okay, so where's the paste? Okay, here it is. So if you want to take a look at the code, it's in here. Okay, so something else we can take a look at is maybe we can take a look at some article that talks about NoSQL injection. Okay, NoSQL database. I mean, what is the type of software that is being used for NoSQL here? Because a lot of these syntax injection, operator injection. So, I mean, what we want to do is we want to find some way to bypass Mongo, right? MongoDB is a very popular type of NoSQL injection, or of NoSQL manager, database manager. So syntax injection. Let's go over to the admin page. So the admin page, we can select these things. I don't know if these are actually part of a database or not. Probably not. Okay. Well, I mean, I've got the code. We suspect that this code is vulnerable to NoSQL injection. So I will, oh, it is using Mongo. We see it up at the top. So the code here, it says constant mongoose. Mongoose, I mean, mongoose, is that Mongo? Use NoSQL to log into that server. And let's see, JS file is email and user input is not sanitized. So password, NE invalid. Password NE invalid. Daz, hello, nice to see you here. HackShadow says, Well, I mean, I'm trying to understand. I'm not very good with JavaScript. NE is not equal. So let's see. Argument not equal, invalid. It's no SQL syntax. Well, I mean, I'll give it a try. I'm just gonna give this to DeepSeek first. Okay, so over here, so the default landing page, admin, and password. Let me try HackShadow's payload here. Invalid credentials. In burp, modify the JSON. Oh, okay. I mean, we still have burp open. Okay, let's go to burp. Test, test. Okay, and then in Burp Suite, we got our proxy, we got our post login. So email test, password test. So we're sending this as a JSON object. Let's put that in the repeater. And the password has to be not equal, invalid. Namame says, how do you hack Snapchat? You know, if I could hack Snapchat, I would report the vulnerability to Snapchat and earn myself, like, I don't know, $50,000 or something. But obviously I don't know how to hack Snapchat, so I'm not going to be able to do that. Replace the email with the email in server.js. Was there a default email in server.js? Okay, the email was here. Ah, okay, okay. Pico player. So the email is this one. In JS, a new user was initialized. Okay, I mean, so you said that the password has to be false, not a string. Oh, it's not a string. Okay, let's see. Noor says, can you show me some tools for mass report? What do you mean by mass report? If you're asking for illegal stuff, I can't provide illegal stuff because we don't do illegal stuff on the stream. Okay, so let's see. It's going to be NE not equal. Well, here goes. It gave us an error message. Tori6 means probably means DDoS by mass report. DDoS, you mean like taking something offline? You trying to take stuff offline, Noor? Is that what you're trying to do? Okay, so let's see. Password that starts with is not a function. All right, let's go back. Oh, okay. So the email, an attacker could bypass authentication by sending a crafted JSON object that takes advantage of MongoDB's query syntax. So the email would be this, and the password would be this. Oh, you need to put this inside of the string. Okay. You know, I'll try this out. It's very similar to what HexShadow was talking about. Okay, so Rodvo asks, have you ever used Kaido? I haven't used Kaido yet. It's on my list of stuff that I want to check out because, well, I mean, everybody uses Burp Suite, but Burp Suite needs competition because it's important that Burp Suite doesn't have a monopoly on the web app testing space. Okay, so is this what we want to send? Let's try sending this. Okay. So it gave us a success, but I'm guessing the token is going to be the flag. So we're just going to copy the token. Base 64 encoded token. Yeah, that's okay. Let's go ahead and decode this thing. So echo base 64 decode. Paste that in. PicoCTF. Okay, so it says a NoSQL injection. Cool. This was very cool. Let's finish off the challenge. We'll do a little write-up as well. Okay. So Noor says, I want to take down some Instagram handles. I can't show you how to do DDoS. Because you know what? The thing about hackers is that you have to be very careful not to show people how to do illegal stuff on stream. Otherwise people can come after me. They can report my channel. I can get my channel banned. So I'm sorry, I can't help you with that. Okay, what are we doing? All right, so this is the challenge over here. Let's go ahead and do a little write-up. What year was this from? So this was 2024. This is for PicoCTF, 2024 web app. Let's add a file called NoSQL. Is it called NoSQL injection? Any tutorials where I can learn it or a simple overlay of it? I mean, you could probably ask DeepSeek, and it'll probably give you some tips, because DeepSeek doesn't have any filters on the stuff it returns. You can ask it about hacking stuff, and it'll usually return correctly. Okay, so what do we got? So URL and category concept. So the concept of the challenge and the method of solving the challenge. Okay. So let's see. Any VPS? When you say VPS, do you mean VPN or something else? I don't know. I mean, the thing is that I mean I don't deal with DDoS stuff because DDoS is basically the opposite of what I like to what I'm advocating. DDoS is all about making stuff unavailable, and I think everything should be available. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys, don't argue and let's try to be polite in chat, please. Virtual private server. I mean, I don't use virtual private servers, if you're talking about VPN stuff, what is the big difference between those two things? VPN versus VPS. Okay, servers and networks are distinct technologies. VPS provides a virtualized server environment for a hosting websites. Oh, okay. So VPSs are stuff that you can put your apps on. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Who Am I says, can you explain why we do the password like that instead of a string password, please? So this is we're dealing with NoSQL injection in this exercise here, and the reason why we're not sending a regular string to the application, and instead we send this particular string that's going to trick the application into accepting this, that's because it's because the application only accepts this password login request as a JSON object. So we just need to make sure that we put the malicious payload inside of the password field over here. So it actually is inside of a string, but inside the string there's a bunch of special characters which the application is going to interpret as code. Okay, so Technic says I logged in and the guy doesn't know the difference. Let's see, and the guy doesn't know the difference between a VPN and a VPS. I'm out of here, lol. Technic, one person can't know all the technologies that are out there. If you think that I'm dumb because I don't know the difference between a VPN and a VPS, then feel free to leave. But if you know everything that is that you need to know about every technology that ever exists, then you're a cool guy, and I guess I'm not as cool as you. Anyways, where were we? So we're trying to figure out. Okay, so this is the. I guess this would be a pretty regular thing that we do for login bypass when we're doing NoSQL injection. So like I said, I don't really deal with NoSQL injection. I really should be doing more to learn about this stuff. Let's go back. So the concept here is NoSQL injection. Okay, and the method of solve in this case the challenge gives us the source code for the application. When we read the source code, we see that there is vulnerable code Who Am I says, explain the password payload. So, I mean, this is something that that I need to. This is something that I need to understand myself, because Hex Shadow was trying to direct me towards the correct payload to do the login bypass. So there's vulnerable code in the, what is it called? server.js file. And let's see. So the exact line for the vulnerable code, let's take a look. So the vulnerability is in the login root. So this code right here. Okay, let's document that. Okay, so let's do a little reading. So arbitrary JSON parsing. So the code checks if the email password starts with the brackets here, and if so, it parses it as a JSON. Okay, so this allows attackers to inject MongoDB query operators. So it's like the JS is not sanitizing, and directly ending this to Mongo interprets as an email equals and pass not equal. So this condition gives him a true session. This is the brief. So no input validation. There's no validation in the parsed. There's no validation of the parsed JSON content, allowing direct injection of query operators. So query operators, I guess this is what we're talking about when we're talking about MongoDB. I should probably do a deeper dive into how Mongo works if we're going to be doing more of these NoSQL challenges. Okay, so I guess I can just put this into my notes. Okay, so the payload that will bypass the login should be put into the password value. Is this. Okay, so what was the payload? This one here. Okay, so let's see. So not, So the key point of this payload is the NE, which returns not equal. Find a user where the email is not empty and the password is not empty. Find a user where the email is not empty and the password is not empty, likely matching all the users in the database. So I actually wonder if we would be able to log in if we didn't know the proper email. Okay, so don't miss the part of how we decipher the base 64. Oh, I mean the part with the base 64 isn't very hard to. It's not super complicated. So what we got back from the server is this string right here. So I mean, we wouldn't be able to log in using a password like this, or could we? Could we log in using a password that looks like this? Actually, you know, I should probably experiment a little bit. Let's go back to PicoCTF. So we'll launch the instance again. Okay, so let's see. So the application is now over here. Okay, so the email, well, we got the email. It's this one over here. I wonder if we could supply the... If we could supply this for both of the parameters. So both the email and the password. So that's invalid credentials. So it's invalid credentials because it doesn't treat this as a string. But if we wrap this in strings, then does it work? So still invalid credentials. Okay, so let's provide the proper email this time and see if that works. Okay, so HeckShadow says, in a real-world case I was in, and it still exists in that site because I know whose site it was I forgot to tell him. Are you talking about something you did as a pen tester? So still invalid credentials. So I wonder if we need to... It's because we're injecting directly into the JSON object. Okay, so let me grab this. I'll try it again in Burp Suite. Not as an internet lurker, I was just doing fun things. Okay. Alright. So, where are we? Send this to the repeater. So what we're trying to do here is we're going to see if the JSON injection works if we don't provide the proper email. Paste here and paste here. It worked. So we didn't supply a proper email or a proper password, but we're still able to log in because it basically returns the first thing in the database, which is, I guess, this user right here. Okay. So yeah, I mean, who am I was asking about the token over here. So this is a base64 encoded string. Basically, we can identify base64 encoded strings because they're usually alphanumeric strings that are of a certain composition, and if they end with the equal signs over here, that's a pretty good indication that we're dealing with some base64 encoded strings. They're pretty common. It's a pretty common encoding scheme, and you find it all over the place when you're dealing with the information technology. So we can decode it using the base64 decode command, and that's how we get our flag over here. So it's basically encoding and decoding strings into a specific format. In this case, it's the base64 format. But anyways, yeah. So that was the challenge. Returns not equal. So what was that again? Find a user where the email is not empty and the password is not empty. Likely matching all the users in the database. So I think there's a section on NoSQL injection in Portswigger. Yeah, over here. And I think I might be doing a deep dive on this, maybe next week, because it is a very interesting subject. Anyways, this is the page over in Portswigger, and that's one challenge down. Let's try another one, because we still have time. Okay, what's next? So Dark Vault, eval, web sockfish. Pick your next SQL You know, wait, where's this from? Oh, experimental problems. Huh, that's funny. This is a new event. I haven't seen this one. Okay. Heksha says you can also wrap NE in an array. And there was another query I forgot. And it returned the next email. The whole database was mine at that point. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, let's see what is in these experimental problems. Let's take a look at all the categories. Huh. Hold on. There are not very many of these. That's interesting. Maybe we'll try one of these. So pick your next SQL. Dark Vault. Reused nonsense. Let's try this Dark Vault. I wonder what this is. Okay, you will be able to access 2 lists of username password pairs. Load the credentials. Oh, we're just doing some brute forcing. We're just... Okay. I mean, it doesn't seem very complicated. If you want to try this out yourself, then this is the link. Who am I says okay, sorry. Let's see. Good music. What can you share with us on the playlist? Oh, okay. I mean, if you want the playlist, let me grab the playlist. Here you go. So the game is called Faster Than Light. It's a really fun sci-fi game. Okay, so we're gonna launch the instance, and I guess this is just a brute forcing. This is just a brute forcing exercise. It shouldn't take very long. Browse here and find the flag. You'll be able to access 2 lists of username and password pairs. Load the credentials into the brute force script.py. Okay. So what do they want us to do? Browse here and find the flag. Uh-huh. They just give you everything to do it, huh? Alright. Well, this shouldn't take very long. Okay, download credentials. Okay, I think we can just wget this down. So wget this. Credentials 1, credentials 2. So what's the... Okay, so these are usernames and passwords. And I guess we're going to be... It's not a very technical challenge. I guess we can grab this too. Thank you very much, Red Sea, for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we got our script over here, and let's take a look at the script. So import requests. Okay, requests, basic auth. Oh, it's a basic. It uses basic auth. That's interesting. That's actually kind of interesting. Okay, so username and password. Attempt access. So I mean test. This should give us a error message that says it's not the correct credentials. 12 Charon Sobols. Hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much for subscribing. 24 Jump Street. I didn't know that there was a 24. Account locked. Oh, wow. Please download the latest credentials and try again. We detected that you're trying to use credentials that are not in our system. That's funny. It's funny that this is the message that they give us. Okay, so path to credential, replace the correct URL and port. So base URL, we need to replace this. So we can just grab it from here. And then plug and play. Here. Okay, so I'm thinking that all we need to do with this challenge is just run the thing. So we would just run the Python script, brute force, blah, blah, blah. Sorry. So 12 Sharon Sobel says, do you have a Discord or other? So we're going to be opening up the Discord in the next couple days. Right now we don't have a Discord officially, but we can, if you want to keep up with what we're doing, you can keep up with what we're doing over at the Reddit, and this is the Reddit link. So initial credential list 1 out of 2. Do I need to type something in? Invalid credential list 1 out of 2. I mean, they're looking for these files, right? Credentials 1.txt, etc., etc. Are they looking for credentials 2.txt? Invalid credential list. Oh, it's just asking for the number 1 or number 2. Okay. Okay, so it's, I mean, they're just illustrating some sort of brute force attack. I mean, this is going to take a long time because it's kind of crawling. Anyways, we'll leave this running in the background. Okay. So what else is happening here? So don't forget to download the Qualtrics data, bruteforcechallenge.txt along with the flag. Do not close the Qualtrics survey. So we're supposed to fill in a survey when we do this. You know, I'm kind of curious about this event. It looks like there are not very many. There are not very many challenges in this event. It looks like there are only 5. You can render credentials 2 in the other terminal. Actually, you know, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so we got both of these running right now. So there's 200 of them in here. It should take a while. Okay, in the meantime, I think I'm gonna take a look at some of the other challenges in this new event. Okay, so that's Dark Vault. We've got Collect the Fragments. We've got Pick Your SQL. And we got Reused Nonsense. Okay, identify and connect to 4 open ports on the target system. Each successful connection will reveal part of the flag. This seems a bit, this seems a bit too easy for us. So, I mean, all of these challenges seem to be a bit too easy. I'm not sure. Let me take a look at this. So, Reuse Nonsense, analyze insecure ECC cryptography, and find out why reused nonces are bad. Can you write a Python script that uses the ciphertext and plaintext to recover the flag? So I mean, this might be a little more difficult. Let's do something today that we haven't read before. It would be fun. Yeah, I mean, let's, after we do this challenge, we'll try something new. Okay, thank you very much. Crippling Crabs. That's a fun username. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, did we get in with the other? Is this not going anymore? Hack the Planet. Hey, welcome, welcome in. Camerix, welcome in as well. It looks like the server died. Hold on, let me check. Did the server die because I switched over to another challenge? I mean, it's still running. Let me reload this. Okay, let me, yeah, it's still running. I'm not too sure why the script died. It's rate limited? Maybe. Okay, so it keeps on going. Okay, so it's it is continuing to go. We should probably look for a new challenge after this. And Hack the Planet says, "What's up?" And Camerex has the crabs. Welcome and welcome. Thanks for the crabs. Game Pwn. I always dreamt of it, but I haven't tried it until now. Game Pwn. You want to do some game hacking? I mean, I don't know. I mean, today is supposed to be Web App Wednesday, so we should be doing web app stuff. And I was thinking of doing web app stuff that we haven't done before. And Hack the Planet, yeah, we're just doing some PicoCTF challenges over here. They've released a new event, but it looks like most of the stuff in those events are still they're kind of basic. Mix up the web spice in that browser game. Browser games, maybe. I mean, I don't know if I can find any. It's a good question. Did we brute force? Nope. And we're almost done with the first list over here. I've been described as basic, so I'm down. Well, I mean, I guess it really depends on the context. Don't forget to download the Qualtrics data along with the flag. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to remember that. Experimental problems 1. We were actually looking for some web hacking challenges that we haven't done before. So let's see, we've got Pachinko, we've got Eval, we've got Dark Vault, Web Sockfish. Actually, I took a look at this challenge earlier, and I guess, I don't know, we got Match the Regex. I really struggle with regex stuff as well. I think JAuth might be a fun challenge. What is this? So most web applications use third-party. Oh, okay. So we're talking about what is that? What is it called? When you attack vulnerable libraries that the application is using. I can't remember what the exact attack is called. Okay, so we got the username and the password. I guess we need to copy both of these. Okay, the username is this, the password is this. Okay, congratulations. We get our flag, and then we got our study compensation. Study compensation? What do you mean by compensation. Download this data before submitting the flag. Okay, so I mean, I guess we can take a look at it. Supply chain attack. Thank you, Heck Shadow. Okay, so we got this. We're also instructed to download something else. Don't forget to download the data. bruteforcechallenge.txt. I mean, is it here? Not found. Maybe it's in the root directory. It's not here either. So where's this file that they're talking about? Append this to the URL that you copied. Let's see. Back. How's the CTF? How are the CTFs going? Yeah, I mean we're just trying to do some new web app challenges over here. We've been having a lot of fun. Browse here and find the flag. Don't forget to download the data. So I mean, is this the data? Along with the flag. bruteforcechallenge.txt, but where do we find this thing? In the terminal, append this in the last wget. In the last wget? Which last wget are you talking about? Condition. Oh, okay. This is the same. I mean, is this the same thing? Let's try submitting the flag. I mean, there's not too much to be said about this challenge. It's just running a Python script. But anyways, we'll submit the flag. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be JAuth. So many web application developers use third-party components without testing the security. Some of the past affected companies are Equifax, Mossack Fonesca, Vertiscope. Okay, can you identify the components and hack the vulnerable one? Okay, so this seems like it could be fun. Let's go ahead and start the challenge. So the challenge is called JAuth, so we should probably look for something that that is named kind of similarly. Okay, the website is running here. Can you become an admin? You can log in as test with password test123. Okay, so we start with some. It's a bank website. Cool. Tests, and what was the password? Test123. Okay, so everybody, if you want to do this challenge along with us, let me get the link. That's the link. Oh, I need to get my password. Okay, so Hexshow says, from the name, it's mostly in authentication, which is using a third-party service. Okay, so you've logged into the testing page. There is nothing to see here. Really? Hold on. Okay, can you become an admin? You can log in as test with password 123 to get started. I mean, it can't be as easy as like editing a cookie. I mean, we can take a look at the cookies. What is it? Storage token. Okay. I mean, is this a JWT? Inspect again. Well, I mean, do we need to inspect? First of all, I just want to take a look at this and make sure that it's not something we can manipulate. So type JWT alg, and then, well, I mean, this doesn't have very much in it. I guess we could specify ourselves as an admin if we could modify this, but I want to take a look at more of the application first. So we got logout, we got okay, we'll try logging out. And then we'll take a look at the source code for the page. So the action is auth, method post, username, okay, so nothing special. I think just modify JWD as admin. Maybe. 24 Jump Street says, why don't you play Over the Wire Natus? Yeah, I mean, we have played Over the Wire Natus. I think we got up to level number 4. Was it 14? I'm not sure. Let's take a look at the walkthroughs. Over the Wire Natus. We've completed up until, level number 28. So, yeah, I mean, we have played most of Over the Wire Natus. If you were wondering where our walkthrough files are, they're over here. Okay, so I mean, the thing with the JWT is that it doesn't say anywhere where our username is. I mean, I guess we could do like admin equals true or something. They also reference a few different vulnerabilities in here. So Equifax, so this CVE, well, I mean, Vertiscope, vBulletin, so JAuth, huh? Unpatched version of Drupal CMS. So Drupal CMS, let's get a hint. Use the web browser tools to check out the JWT cookie. Is that it? Is that really it? Okay, so if this is a JWT, a JSON web token, there are a couple of websites that we can use. So JWT.io. So JWT is 3 parts separated by 2 dots, and the first one is base64 and encoded. The second, the algo is the second one. It's base64 and encoded in the payload, and then the signature. So let's paste in this over here. So we got JWT algorithm, this one, role user, decoded payload. So the payload here is not base64 encoded. So I think JWT would solve this one. I mean, can we create a JWT with this application here, or do we need to use something else? Okay, so I mean, if we can't directly go into here and start editing stuff. I'm pretty sure there's a JWT editor application. JWT editor. JWT debugger. Okay. So JWT string. Okay, so we got our payload. We can go in here and we can modify the payload and change it to admin, and it looks like it changed some stuff. So we can just copy this. Just saying that it starts with EY. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good indication that this is it. So it's EYJ. It's a pretty good indication that that's going to be a JWT. Okay, so RBank. Well, we'll log in as test. The password was test123. Like this. Okay, and then we just need to replace our cookie. JSON Web Token. Reload the page. Authentication failed. I wonder why it failed. Okay, so if we use the original value, role admin, signature mismatch. Maybe. So the algorithm is the correct algorithm. Okay, so if we switch this back to the user, the regular user, try the demo account. Okay, well, okay, so we got our regular JWT token here. So I guess we can't necessarily use this tool to create a proper one. Okay, let's get another hint. So the JWT should always have two separators, two dot separators. So the dot separator, this first one here, and then this one here. So the actual payload has to be this. It's got to be the third field. Okay, HexShadow says, in JWT we can also try changing the alg to none. Sometimes it works if the server is decoding JWT based on the algo that it receives. I mean, maybe. I mean, in that case, we would just change the algorithm to none. We would change this to admin, yeah. And then okay, so is it none? I mean, it might be none with a capital N. I'm not too sure. We'll try this. We'll feed this in as the token value. Authentication failed. Okay, so that did not work. So we're also looking for a known vulnerability. So the known vulnerabilities, they list 3 of them. So Apache Struts web framework. Let's do some research. Okay, so this is the so I think we're looking for something that has to do with JWTs, because JWTs are how we're going to be solving this. You know what we could do? We could talk about these 3 vulnerabilities. And then we can ask if any of these involved JSON Web Tokens. So we can ask over here. Do any of these vulnerabilities involve JSON Web Tokens? And these ones. Okay, so client 1359 asks, if you were to learn again, where would you start? I'm interested, but I'm not sure where to start my learning. So client 1359, let me know what your background is, and I can give you some advice. Because I don't know what you already know, because what you already know is going to affect what I suggest you do. Okay, the vulnerabilities you provided do not directly involve JSON Web Tokens. No, we need to start a new conversation, so new chat. Do any of the following Okay, so none of the vulnerabilities involve JSON Web Tokens. I guess we could also check for JAuth, because the challenge is called JAuth. So maybe we can search up JAuth JWT vulnerability. Okay, let's see. HeckShadow says, we can also see the request and responses of everything that we do. Maybe it reveals something that is being used in the backend. Fasuna says, you're on the correct path with setting the alg to none, though there's a step missing. There's a step missing. So JWT attacks... Oh, this one references the JAuth challenge directly. Okay, so there's a missing step. Okay, so I mean, algorithm set to none. Oh, you know what? I think I see the problem. Because there's the hint tells us that there's supposed to be two of these separators, these dot separators, but there's only one dot separator in this payload. So we also got the signing key over here. Well, I mean, that's what they mentioned in the challenge hint. Okay, so I don't deal a lot with JWTs. Sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Oh, wow. DeepSeek is being censored. They're starting to censor on DeepSeek now. As it is none individually, decode each part and modify and don't touch the third part. Okay, well, I mean, let's... Hold on, everybody. Let's change up the music and let's play some more space music. Okay, type JWT alg none base64 invalid input. So this is 217. Oh, it's slightly longer than what's supposed to be. Huh. So I guess we need to 217. That means we need to add another 3. Yeah, and then base64 decode it. Still says invalid input. That's funny. So where is the second? Okay, so take the actual DWT, which is at the top of the terminal, and take the first part of it, and then the second part of it, and then append the third onto them to make it valid, I guess. So, okay, we got the, so this is what we got after we modified the JWT. This right here. So what we need to do is we need to append a third part onto this to make it valid. Otherwise it's not going to work. Okay, so let's get the initial JWT. So we log in as test 123 exclamation point. Oh, did my session... No, the session should still work because I still have 6 minutes. Hold on. Just a second. What's wrong with the server? See if I can ping it. Actually, let's just try curling it. The last part of the JWT is a signature. Since you set the alg to none, there's no signature anymore, right? But the dot isn't there. Okay, so, I mean... It looks like the server died. So that means we need to reload. We need to restart the server, the instance. So it did give us the hint here that the JWT should always have 2 separators. Okay, so we got the new one here. So test 1. Deed. Okay, so this is the... There was another JWT tool that we're looking at like last week. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, so I'm just gonna leave this here. I don't remember what the name of it was though. There was a GitHub project. Okay, so a tooltip for testing, tweaking, and cracking JSON web tokens. So this one is called what? JWT tool. Well, it's got a good short name at least. Okay. So we can Docker run, which would be very handy. No JWT provided. Okay, so how do we provide the JWT? Let me take a look at some examples. So manual install, okay, usage, Python tool, JWT something something, and then we just provide the JWT. Is that it? You just put it in these quotation marks. I think that's not the one I'm looking at for. Here, this is it. We're different. We do it manually. Well, I mean, if I knew more about this stuff, I could probably do it manually. There's also a whole section on JWT stuff in. So role user. Okay. So how do we? So this decodes all this stuff for us, but how do we make a new one? I guess we can read on. So additional arguments. To tamper the existing token, run the following. So T. Many options need additional values to set the options. Extra parameters. Sending tokens to a web application. Well, I mean, we don't need to do this. Common workflow. Read the token value. Scanning. If any successful vulnerabilities are found, change any relevant claims to try to hack it, okay? Is JWT equals PC name man. XA is what we need. XA algorithm, right? Okay, so XA for algorithm. It was at the very beginning. Let's see, JWT tool. What I need is some examples. Mastering JWT tool. Here's a blog article. Okay. Read the article. Forging tokens, cracking keys. You don't teach us anything here. JWT tool, cheat sheet. Is at the very beginning in the GitHub doc. Okay, so GitHub. Additional arguments, usage, color bug. Search alg non. Let's see. Alg none. Okay, testing for known hacks, okay? Oh, so CVE. There's a CVE attached to this. Okay. Oh, I see it, I see it. So it's just XA? Okay, so it's just JWT equals something, right? Like this? No. just this. Oh, I see the problem. The problem was that the problem is that I didn't leave a space. Okay, so this will only be valid with the unpatched implementations of JWT. So this is, I mean, I guess this is elg none now. Okay, so if we just grab this and feed it to the I mean, that's not going to work because we need to change the role in here. Okay, JWT none. Role is going to be admin. But when we put the role as admin, the other dot disappears. Can we just put a dot here? Can we just put a dot there and then call it a day? That'd be nice. Okay, let's go back. That was kind of anticlimactic. So is the solution just adjusting the thing and then just adding the dot on the end? Hold on, before I submit the flag, I'll just put the flag somewhere for safekeeping for now. I'll submit it a little bit later. I really want to know if all we need to do is okay, let's log out. So we just put in our regular old credentials. Who am I? Thank you very much. Okay, so we got... So we go over here. We go to the web developer tools. We grab the JSON web token. We go over to this tool over here, token.dev. We paste in whatever's already here. Then we switch out the alg for none. And we switch out the user for admin. And then we just add the dot on the end. And is that it? Is that it? Man. You were thinking right, we just need to change it in ned. I see a lot of JWT there. I mean, apparently a valid JWT always has two dots. And if you don't have the two dots, then the system isn't going to recognize it as a JWT. So if we go over here and we feed in our modified JWT, but we make sure that it has a dot on the end to ensure that it has two dots, then we can log in. So it's kind of silly, but I guess with a lot of these computer vulnerabilities, there's something silly going on. Okay, let's do our little write-up. Let's see, it's PicoCTF. Which event was this for? So this is for Pico Gym exclusive. Okay. Okay, so Pico Gym exclusive. This is for web app. And this is called JAuth. JAuth.md. Okay. Okay, why were we using this tool? So apparently we didn't need to use this tool. So this is the tool that we were using before we just used the easy tool. But the easy tool that we're using was this one over here, token.dev. The second dot really seals the deal. Yup. Apparently, 1 dot no, 2 dots yes. That's what the application is saying. Okay, so let's do our write-up. Okay, so the URL of the challenge, the concept, and the method of solving the challenge. Let me get the URL. So it's very important to do documentation whenever you solve challenges, because you'll want to eventually go back to your notes, and then if you've seen something similar, you want to be able to reference your notes. So the concept in this challenge is the JWT manipulation. So the alg none vulnerability, which is what, CVE something something, right? They mention it over here. No, they mention it up here. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is good to know that this is a valid CVE that we can reference every once in a while. Okay, so how do we solve this? So we log in as our test user with these credentials. Tests. Okay, then we grab the cookie that is generated on login, which is a JWT. We pass that cookie to the following website. What is the website? It is this. It is token.dev. We modify the JWT by specifying alg none, and what was it, user admin, role admin. Okay, because setting the alg none deletes a chunk of the JWT, we need to append a dot to the end of the JWT to make it valid. Feed the new JWT value to the web app. Done. Okay. All right, I think we might be able to do a couple more challenges, depending on how long the challenges are. This one took a little while, but we still managed to finish it off. That's nice. Let's look for a new challenge. So Java code analysis, match the regex, Web Gauntlet 2, we just finished this one. Some assembly required. Some assembly required. This sounds like it could be some fun. Okay. We don't, there are no hints or anything for this challenge. This is the link. Alright. Enter flag. Enter flag. Test. Incorrect. Well, what are you looking for? Oh no. It looks like we need to dive into some JavaScript. Alright. Okay, this is a pretty easy challenge. So we're basically trying to print out this thing. So we just feed this into our favorite, yeah, so it's just a bunch of stuff. Let's see. JavaScript interpreter. Okay, so one compiler, JavaScript, online compiler, and interpreter. Great. We'll just paste in. We'll just paste in our code, and then we'll console log the value of this thing. So let's see, underscore 042 402. See? Okay, and then we run the thing. Why is it taking so long? Okay, I mean, we could also deobfuscate.io use this. Okay, Hex Shadow, let me take a look. Example obfuscated code. Okay, let's get rid of the obfuscated code. Let's paste in, oops, let's paste in the JavaScript. Where is it? Here. Here? No. Here. Your code looks like it's been obfuscated using obfuscate.io. Would you like to go to an obfuscator specific for that? Yeah, sure. Obfuscator.io deobfuscator. That's funny. Okay, well, I mean, apparently it's deobfuscated. I wonder why this doesn't run. Anyways, let's reload. Okay, so if this is the deobfuscated code, let me copy this. And we'll try using this thing again. Okay, so are we looking for... Are we looking for this? Or something else? Edwin! Nice to see you here. What are we doing today? So we're doing some web application stuff. We're currently doing this challenge over here. Okay, so Let's make this bigger so we can better understand what's going on. So on button press, let So do we just need, maybe we just need to run on button press. Document something, oh man. So these are all these all ASCII strings? This kind of reminds me of the reverse engineering course I'm taking right now. Value, constants. So this is a function. Which means we need to run it like this. Why can't I? Console log, run the function. Let's see if it works. Okay, so if we go back to the application, we don't need this stuff anymore. Okay, so tests, we submit, it returns incorrect. Xshadow says we need to run, or if you want, you can, but it's simplified. Just the variable names are a bit distorted, which you can manually rename according to what they're doing and do this challenge quickly. Okay, well, I want to figure out which string returns incorrect. So we're looking for some... What is incorrect in... I'm assuming this is going to be ASCII, like ASCII hex, or hex encoded ASCII. So let's see. We can do ASCII to hex. And then maybe we could do text is going to be incorrect. And then we can try looking for this pattern. So 696E. Maybe down here somewhere. I don't see it. And this is the deobfuscated version. Actually, I don't see... I mean, I guess the obfuscation is done here to make it less pretty, but the code is all essentially the same. Oh, incorrect is up here already. Okay. So this references, so something up here, something in the code has to reference this array, because this is an array filled with strings. So one of the instructions should be referencing. Okay. So let's find the rest of references to this in the code. And actually let's copy this. Let's put it in. Is there another code editor we could do? You know, I could just throw this in. Let's throw this in pastebin. Okay, so we're looking for the name of the .402c. There are 5 matches, so let's see. Okay, so this is looking for. They're creating another. Let's make it bigger. They're making another variable here, and it's one element. So the element is. Which element is this? Okay, where else did they reference it? But Hack Shadow, let me reread your message again. You said no need to run it, or if you want you can, but it's simplified, just the variable names are a little bit distorted. We can manually rename according to what we're doing and then finish the challenge quickly. Okay, I mean... Okay, so I guess we can call this one we can call strings. So we need to find and replace. So search to replace, it was 0x, what was the value? This one. Replace with strings. Replace this instance. No. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. So those are the strings. And the next thing is this part. So this is an index, right? So strings 553839. So this is going to be a function. So I'm actually a bit confused. I'll ask about this line of code over here, because I'm pretty sure that this particular string is not in the array. Okay, what is this line of JavaScript? Stasix says, I'm off to the gym, happy hacking, and thank you for this entertainment. Well, thank you very much, Stasix. We're trying to understand what is going on with this darn web app, but hope you have a great time at the gym. Let me give you a keyboard cat to play you off. Okay, so declares a variable with an hexadecimal name, typical and obfuscated code to make it harder to understand. Access an element of an array or object named strings using another hexadecimal variable as the index or key. The value of this is dynamically determined elsewhere in the code. How do we figure out... Okay, maybe I should just provide the entire code. Because it's a bit difficult to look at. Okay, this is the entirety of the JavaScript code. Let's see if it can parse this. This JavaScript code is heavily obfuscated and appears to be part of a WebAssembly-based flag checker, likely for a CTF challenge. Okay, here's a breakdown of the functionality. Okay, so this is an array of strings used throughout the code. Okay, so 4e0e is a lookup function that retrieves strings from this array over here based on the obfuscated index. So what is this index over here? So anti-shuffling, anti-tampering. This self-modifying code shuffles this until it's a specific numeric condition is met. Makes static analysis harder since string references change dynamically. WebAssembly initialization. Okay. Fetches and instantiates a WebAssembly module. Stores as exported functions and exports for later use. Flag checking logic on button press. User input handling. Copies each character as ASCII into the WASM module. Flag verification. Key observations. Obfuscation techniques. Hex-encoded variable names. String array with indirect lookups. Array shuffling to hinder static analysis. Okay, so it's likely a reverse engineering task where the goal is to extract the correct flag from the WASM. Let's see, is DeepSeek better than ChatGPT or others, or just something that you personally prefer? So Crippling Crabs, most of the time when we're dealing with code, Claude is going to be better, but when you're asking about hacking stuff, then DeepSeek is less likely to redact what it's trying to say to you, because it's trying to abide by some sort of anti-hacker instructions or something. But most of the time when we're talking about code, Claude is going to be better. So deobfuscate the JS. Replace these calls with their actual string values. Use tools like D4JS. D4JS are manual replacement. Analyze the WASM. Download this and convert it to readable text. Whoa, there was an extra file. Thank you very much, Akizi. Akizi, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so I mean, this is the application is probably expired by now. Yeah. Oh, actually, wait, it doesn't expire. Okay. Oh no. I didn't mean to play all of that Final Fantasy music. Now my YouTube VOD is probably nuked. They're gonna remove me from they're gonna remove my advertisements. That's unfortunate. hold on. Anyways, let's put on some new music. Okay, so we're gonna download this new file. Oh wow, there was an additional file. Okay. Didn't expect that. Crippling Crab says, what would you say the best website like this would you suggest to beginners? Well, I mean, I would say that the website I'm currently using, PicoCTF, is very beginner friendly. The problem is the thing is that there are more advanced challenges here as well. But if you wanted to start with I've got a Crippling Crabs, let me know what your experience is, what your background is as far as like computers and IT and tech stuff, and I can give you suggestion as to what you should where you should start if you want to learn about cybersecurity. Okay, so thank you very much, Demurix. Let me know how to pronounce that name. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Okay, so where's the darn file? It was J something something, right? This one. What kind of file is that? It's a WebAssembly binary module. Huh. WebAssembly binary module. What? What? Are you kidding me? Are you... The flag is in this... Oh my god. The flag is here? I guess the challenge was to figure out there was a file there. Oh jeez. This is some next level. Is this the flag? That's the flag! Sure is the flag. Wow. Some assembly required too. I'm not doing some assembly required too. This was some BS. All right, let's do the write-up. What some assembly required, huh? Okay, here we go. Crippling Crab says, I grew up on computers pretty much. I've always had an interest in how they work and started to be obsessed with all things cybersecurity. I have the basics down. I'm slowly working through the Hack the Box Academy stuff, which I'm really enjoying, and Capture the Flag. Yeah, I mean, Hack the Box Academy has some really good stuff for free. I specialize in recommending free resources to people. If you want to try PicoCTF, then I would suggest doing the playlist over on my YouTube channel. Let me get that for you. Okay, so let's see, playlists. I got a PicoCTF playlist. Just a second. This one over here. So the PicoCTF playlist, there are a bunch of challenges over here. If you want to try the challenges yourself, you go to the video in the playlist, and it'll have a link to the challenge. So if you think you can solve this challenge yourself, well, I mean, maybe you should try to solve the challenge yourself first of all. For the beginning challenges, you should be able to do most of them because they cover some very basic stuff. Go through the playlist, try the challenges, and if you get stuck, you can take a look at the walkthrough video. But it's a very good, it's a pretty good list of challenges to get you started on a beginner path for all sorts of different categories. So stuff like web app hacking, or reverse engineering, or binary hacking. Let's see, digital forensics, all that good stuff. Okay, so where were we? I think we might be able to do one more challenge if the challenge isn't too difficult. But let's go ahead and do the write-up for this first. So this is PicoCTF 2021. And Crippling Crabs, the other good thing to do is that for every exercise that you finish, document the steps that you did to finish the challenge, because it's really going to help you out later on when you start to see challenges that have similar concepts. No worries, no worries. If I can help you out, I mean, the thing is that you should, if you come across a challenge that's too difficult for you, or that you can't solve, try as hard as you can, but don't get stuck. Don't get stuck spending hours and hours on the same challenge. Look up the solution, learn from it, and move on. Because some people think that it's a really great thing to pound your head against a problem for, I don't know, dozens of hours, and then finally get it after working for 5 weeks or something. That's a huge waste of time. Don't do that. If you can't solve the problem, look up the solution, learn from the experience, and move on. Okay, so this one is going to be 04. It is some assembly required. If I can't solve it within half an hour, I tend to seek the write-ups or things like that. I mean, definitely, you should feel like you've exhausted. You should feel like you've exhausted the number of things you could try before you start looking for write-ups. Sometimes, sometimes it'll take longer than 30 minutes. Sometimes it'll take, sometimes it won't. But you'll know when you know it. Anyways, write-up time. Okay. So the URL for the challenge, the concepts, and the method of solving the challenge. Okay, so this challenge is over here. The concept here is web, what is it called again? Web assembly? WASM? Method of solve. I guess the only thing you need to know, Crippling Crab says, I'm also guessing you're suggesting using Kali. I use Kali, but I'm wondering if it's for beginners. I mean, Kali's good for people learning cybersecurity. There are a lot of cybersecurity professionals who also use Kali. When you can also use your own, whatever distribution you want of Linux. Some people also use Windows machines. But for me, I use Kali Linux because most of the tools that I'm looking for are here. Of course, there's a bunch of tools that I don't use, there's a bunch of tools on Kali Linux that I also don't use, but I consider the convenience of having all the tools here to be a good trade-off. But yeah, use Kali Linux. If you don't want to use Kali Linux, then don't use Kali Linux. Just know that if you just try installing all the cybersecurity tools on whatever computer you want, you might run into some problems when you're trying to install certain packages. There are pros and cons to both of these. Okay, so WebAssembly, method of solve, realize that the code references, actually no, that's not. The method of solve is realize that there's a script. A script that the login page uses. Look at the contents of the script. And see that it is referencing another file. Download that file and see that the flag is at the bottom of that file. Lovely. Slyborg is just rated the channel with 66 viewers. Welcome in, Raiders. And to anybody who doesn't know, Slyborg is an awesome streamer over here on Twitch. Let's give Slyborg a shout out. Okay. Hold on. How do you spell your name, Slyborg? There you go. Nope. Okay, awesome, 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 and welcome in, Raiders. Let's give a little fun little video redeem. How about a Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
But yeah, Slyborg is an InfoSec Twitch streamer who is currently learning how to be a hacker. So join her on our journey. And she also does gaming. So if you like gaming or you like hacking, go ahead and watch Slyborg. Awesome. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just doing some Web App Wednesday. So we're just solving some challenges over at PicoCTF. We just solved this one over here. And we're taking notes. And we're trying to do little write-ups for each of the... Sorry, I forgot how to speak. For each one of these challenges that we do. Anyways, it's important to document all the stuff you do in cybersecurity, because if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. Caladario, that is, what is that? Is that shell shock? That looks like some shell shock to me. Welcome, and thank you very much for following on Twitch. Cotter. Cotter? Is it Coder or Cotter? Anyways, welcome in. You're now HackerFrog. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so let's move on. We're probably going to do one more challenge today, and let's talk about which one we're going to be doing. Web app challenges sure are fun. Viking 66688, thank you very much. I'm not a coder, I'm ops. Oh, operations, awesome. But welcome in, Viking. Let's give you it's a bash command. It's a bash command that well, I mean, it's not shell shock. If it's not shell shock, maybe we should plug this into explain shell. And Caladario, let's do that. Hold on. So there's a fun little website called Explain Shell. And if there are any Linux commands that you don't know, then we can paste it in and ask it to explain. Okay, so it doesn't exactly say what this does. But Slyberg, welcome in. And what were you doing on your stream, Slyberg? I remember you were doing what was it, Bandit? Over the Wire Bandit. If any of Slyberg's viewers can tell me what Slyberg was up to, that would also be appreciated. Thank you. Over the Wire Bandit. Okay, so which level did you get to? Did you get to the base 64 level? Did you get to the actually, you probably did the base 64 level already, right? VibeyCat, mostly squats. Mostly squats? Thank you very much for VibeyCat. Thank you very much for the follow. And you know what? Here's your keyboard cat. We love our cats over here, but we know the coolest cat on Twitch is Slyboard's cat, Betty. There you go. Big Baby, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Okay, so I really want to figure out what this command does. What is this bash command? Okay, Google, it's a classic. It's a fork bomb. That's great. Okay, so fork bombs are basically a way you can hog up all the resources on a system and make it crash. And Slyberg has the Betty emote. Thank you very much. Big Baby says, "Hey, how's it going?" Yeah, so we're just doing some hacking over here. We're doing some web app hacking. We just took a little break because we got a big raid from our good friend Slyborg. Okay, so let's go ahead and... Where are we? We're choosing a new challenge. Okay. So we're going to hide all of our solved challenges. Dark Vault, WebSockfish, JAuth. Didn't we finish JAuth? Oh, we didn't finish JAuth. Hold on. I need to submit the flag. Okay, that one's finished now. So more cookies. We got... Well, did we solve this? I'm pretty sure I solved this one. Why does it say it's unsolved? This is a cybersecurity and ASMR stream. I don't know what do you think is ASMR about the stream. Big Baby says, I'm getting into cybersecurity and I'm interning right now, so I'm trying to get more exposure. I'm still locked in, says Neems. Big Baby, you're interning. Are you interning at a cybersecurity company or somewhere else? Let us know. Because, you know, if you want me to... Oh, thank you, Cotter. Thank you. If you want me to give you some suggestions as to where to go and what you should be training in cybersecurity, let me know what your experience is, Big Baby, and then I can give you some. Then I can give you some advice, maybe. All right. So I forgot cookies can be modified client side, so I decided to encrypt them. Haven't we done this one already? Let me copy this. So if you want to do the same challenge as we are, you can go to this website. Okay, welcome to my cookie search page. Only the admin can use it. What? If it's the one we thought was JWT, then yeah. I mean, welcome to my cookie search page. Only the admin can use it. I mean, this is probably... Let me see what happens if we curl this. So let's do it with verbose. Okay, this looks like we've got we were assigned a cookie over here. So auth name equals something something. I mean, is this... Is this base 64? Because if it is base 64, then we can decode it. Big Baby says, at a defense and aerospace company, blue team stuff, it's my first ever internship, but I'm enjoying it. I mean, what kind of program are you doing right now, Big Baby? The other one I seen, we got to search for a cookie on the main page, so this looks different. I mean, I think it's... Is this double encoded? Because this also looks like it could be base 64. Hold on, let's double decode this. Okay, and then after we decode it, it's a bunch of stuff we can't read. Yeah. So what is up with this cookie? Thank you very much for following Caladrio. Thank you, and. Thank you for showing me your fork bomb. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not too sure. So auth name equals this. But what kind of... Maybe we can put this into CyberChef. So there's a great little application called cyberchef.io, and you can put in all sorts of encrypted and encoded stuff in there. And sometimes you can get can decode whatever you're dealing with. Okay, so well, I mean, I'm not too. This isn't for people. What's going on here? Okay, I mean, what else could be going on with the application? I think I'll, let's take a look in Burp Suite, because, you know, we love using Burp Suite. Where's the website? Here it is. Okay. Alright, so let's see what happened in Burp Suite for this request. So set cookie auth name equals something something directing, redirecting. Oh, wait, so we're redirected off from the landing page. So the landing page is a redirection. And then it sends us where? So we get the cookie, and then we send it with our next request, and then we just go here. Okay, welcome to my cookie search page. Only the admin can use it. Script document ready function, close, click, my alert. I didn't take a look at the, this over here. So it's using a few different, it's using some CSS, some JavaScript. href reset. So, but you don't see the reset button on the page. All right. Okay, so, oh, you know, there's a reset button here. Okay. Reset, reset. Yeah. Okay, there's ads running on Twitch right now, so we'll run them on YouTube, and we'll also put on some birds. You know what? It's time for my favorite birds. These are the fledgling Stellar Jays. They're very, very cute, and they're taking a little bath. Enjoy the birds and the music. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away and we'll get back to the hack end. Alright, so what's going on here? We were assigned a cookie, and but the problem is that I'm not too sure what to make of the value of the cookie here. So auth name equals this stuff. We can see in our web developer tools. Oh, auth name, we also have a session. Oh, geez. I didn't see. When did we get the session cookie? It's another one of these JWTs. You know how much we love those. Alright. Alright, so JWT. Very auth admin. Very auth admin? What? Wait, if this is an admin cookie, then why don't we have admin access? Hold on. Okay, so this is, what was it? Token.dev. So this was the website that we used for a previous challenge to modify some JWTs. So I'm just gonna paste in what we have right now. Header is missing required algorithm parameter. So it looks like we're missing something. Algorithm parameter alg. So, I mean, can we just change alg to none? This is the same way we solved the previous challenge. Or not the previous challenge, but another challenge we did tonight. Okay, let's try submitting this. Hold on. Admin true, John Doe. John Doe. Hold on. Did I grab the entire... Did I grab the entire JWT? I just need to check one more time. I'm a bit paranoid about that. Okay. Random user, hello, nice to see you here. Hello, bro, says random user. Are you German by any chance? You say hello with an A, and it gets me thinking that of German where you spell out that. Okay, so copy all of this. Yeah, so that's it. Let's try feeding it to token.dev. Oh, awesome. Well, I mean, guten Abend to you too, random user. Okay, so we got John Doe true, admin true, expiry date. I need to double check this somewhere else. So, where was the other? Slyborg, thank you very much for redeeming the Frog Song. The Frog Song is one of many great little video redeems that we can do on the channel, which include greats like, I don't know, how about the numbers?
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
We want the numbers, Mason. We want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
And if you know that game, then you are a gamer. Okay, so let's see.
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
We want the numbers, Mason. We want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
You know, that's weird. So here it says very auth admin, but in this... Huh. What happened? Let me try reloading the page. It doesn't seem to update. Header is missing algorithm parameter alg. Okay, so how do we add that? Which part of the JSON Web Token is the algorithm? In. The algorithm used for signing the JSON Web Token is specified in the header part of the JWT. So, I guess we should probably understand the components of the JWT explained. Okay, let's take a look at this article here. Okay, so JWTs, I guess they're going to come up over and over again, so we need to understand. Let's dig in. Here's a newly minted JWT. New lines are added for clarity. Okay. So the header, the payload, and the signature. So this is part of the header then, right? So the header explained. This is the header part. The JWT header contains metadata about the JWT. Okay, so you see this in JSON, alg something something. How do we... alg parameter value, So this is the token body, and then... So it looks like... Looks like there's part of the JSON web token is missing. So how do we just create this? Because there seems to be nothing here. So the algorithm is missing. The type is missing. I mean, type is probably this. How do we take this JSON and then encode it? Do we just use base64 to encode it? Base64. Well, I mean... do we just take something like this and then go to, I don't know, echo this stuff out? Can we do it like this? Okay, I mean, that's an echo, but can we base64 encode this? And how do we distinguish which... Okay, let's make the algorithm none because we don't have an algorithm. Okay, base64 each. I'm not too sure what you're referring to there, MC25. Okay, so I mean, there are 3 sections to this thing, right? Then there's the payload, there's the header, there's the payload. Each JWT has 3 parts. Each one has a dot after. So I mean. Okay, so this is the payload here. So if this part over here is the header, and this part over here is the payload seems to be very, very small. It's kind of weird. And this was the part with the signature. Okay, so I mean, can we just create one from scratch by pasting all this stuff together? So I mean, like, you know, this, let's put this in another tab. Okay, so there's that part, and then there's the part with actually, wait, I can just paste, if this is legitimate, then I can just paste this into the application. So copy this, go here, grab the stuff that they think is invalid, replace it, and is this legitimate now? So the signature is this. If the algorithm is none, then there wouldn't be anything here. But we've got this payload section over here. The only thing that in the payload section is very auth admin. So if we just grab that and then paste that in here, then it looks like this. And just add a a period to the end so that it qualifies. So is this it? Do we just submit this to the application and then get the flag? I mean, that would be really nice. Sure would be nice if it was nice and easy to get the flag. Web developer tools. Paste in our session. Get the flag. Nope. Didn't happen. Okay. So the reason, I mean, the question is why doesn't it work? JWT, none. Very auth. Why doesn't this work? So what does the original... Let's see, I've got the original one somewhere. Is it this one? Yeah. I guess we need to keep the algorithm the same. But we don't know what the algorithm is. Okay, so let's try tagging this section to the end of it, because maybe that's what it's expecting. Okay, let's try cookies. Still not what they're looking for, huh? So the only thing that I can guess might be wrong, if that's the case, is that it's not looking for algorithm none, it's looking for algorithm something else. But I'm not too sure what the algorithm might be. Is there a default algorithm? I think the default one is HS256. So this. Okay, so I mean, if that's the case, then we'll try it again. It still seems to be invalid. Okay. Well, I mean, Okay, so it gives us... It probably gave us another authorization cookie. Here. So very auth badmin. Very auth admin. Type JWT. What is this thing that we got? Okay, let's reset. More tools. Let's grab this thing again. Huh. Is this different? So enter the secret used to sign the JWT below. So I mean, were we supposed to brute force the secret? Okay, let's go back. So very auth admin. JWT. So I mean, it's not. It looks like a proper one, but I guess it's the wrong signing key. Let me make sure that this is the one from the application. Okay, so we're going to reset it. So type JWT algorithm HS256. So this looks more legitimate than the other thing that we were dealing with. Yeah, it's the same thing. So it's very auth equals admin. And I guess the problem here is that we don't have the proper signature verification. Or maybe there's something missing from the payload that we need to insert. Let's go back to the page. So very auth, only the admin can use it. But I mean, apparently we are the admin if the session JWT is anything to go off of. Secure false, same site, HTTP only. If anybody has a suggestion, feel free to voice it in the chat. Happy to hear it. Only the admin can use it. Okay. So there are no. Oh wait, there are there are hints. I should really take the hints. Now I decided to encrypt them. Yeah, okay. What? Homomorphic encryption? All right, let's check this out. I've never heard of this. Okay, so it's a form of encryption that allows computations to be performed on encrypted data without first having to decrypt it. Form of encryption with an additional evaluation capability of computing over encrypted data without access to the secret key. So I mean, I guess I'm learning. I'm learning about this homomorphic encryption. Okay, what about hint number 2? The search endpoint is only helpful for telling you if you are the admin or not. You won't be able to guess the flag name. If it shows how to ID it, otherwise it's like how would we know? The search endpoint is only helpful for telling you if you're the admin or not. You won't be able to guess the flag name. We've been method is not allowed. This method is not allowed for the requested URL. What? Can we send a post request to search? Hold on. Yeah, method not allowed, huh? Let's change our method. So if we're sending a GET request, maybe we can send a POST request. So auth, we didn't get, we don't have our other cookie here. Okay, let me grab the other cookie. Session. So session is the name of the other cookie. Okay, and then grab the other cookie. Wrench says, "Where is the hacker hacking the web? All I see is a frog." Are you being prejudiced? Because frogs can be hackers too. The method is not allowed for the requested. Okay, so we'll just instead of get, we'll do a post. And I don't know what post stuff we're going to send. How about test equals test? Test equals test. Found. Redirecting. If not, click the link. Okay, can we request it in the browser? In the current browser session? Alright, so we can just put this in the burp browser. Unauthenticated search. Wow. They really thought of a lot of stuff here, huh? Okay, I think I might have to call it here because it is getting pretty close to dinner time. Well, it is actually way past dinner time. I'm starving over here. Okay, so we're going to be back one more time this week, and what are we going to be doing? So if you want to keep up with everything we're doing over at HackerFrogs, this is the Reddit link, and this is what we're going to be doing this week. So we just finished Web App Wednesdays. We did a lot of web app stuff. I hope you learned a lot about web apps. VSM, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. And what are we doing on Fridays? So on Fridays, we're going to be we do a lot of low-level stuff on Fridays. So we're going to be doing Human Resource Machine. It's an assembly level. It's an assembly language programming game, and we're going to be playing more of that. We're going to be playing some hackmyvm.eu temperance. So we're going to be coding in Python to solve a bunch of programming problems with the Temperance CTF labs. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing some stack-based buffer overflows on Windows. So we're going to be using a Windows system. We're going to be debugging. We're going to be finding places to put our shell code and do buffer overflows, all sorts of fun there. And then we're going to be doing some. Well, we're probably not going to be doing our Pwntildan, but we're probably going to be doing some free hacking against the PicoCTF network with our good friend OreoByte. So if you don't know OreoByte, OreoByte is a frequent collaborator, and sometimes we do team hacking. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so Animalia says, I just joined. Animalia, we're pretty close to finishing our stream today, but you can go back in the VOD and watch all the other stuff that we did today. If you have any quick questions you want to ask, then feel free to ask. But let's think about who we're going to be raiding into today. So there's a fun little list called the infosecstreamers.com. Smashing a stack sounds like fun and profit. It can be. It can be. Okay, so let's take a look. So maybe try the curl command. Sometimes the web page does not load correctly. And Mauricio Fernandez. Hello, nice to see you here. And we got the science stream. We've got who else? We've got us. And let me check out my Twitch to see if we've got any fun friends that we can raid into. How about we raid Moohoodles? So Moohoodles does all sorts of fun stuff with NASA and space. And let me let me grab their channel link. Let's see what they're up to right now. Okay, so Moohiddles is talking about NASA. It seems like Moohiddles talks about NASA a lot. Anyways, let's start the raid. And when you arrive on Moohiddles' channel, if you could give this message, that would be great. OSFrog, hip hop hack, OSFrog, just like this. Okay, everybody. We'll be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more hacking, and we're going to be doing a lot of low-level hacking. Hope to see you then. And but until next time, HackerFrogs out. Rating in 3, 2, 1.